Recording in progress.
Clerk, you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here and joining us today. I call to order for the regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council at 6:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes, Hassan Ahmad,
Here.
Moby Dun,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant,
Here.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell.
Here.
Hassan Saab.
Here.
And Tom Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to ask our Honorable Mayor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a long time since we've had you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Next up, we have City Council resident recognition by our Honorable Council Chairman Pro Tem Hassan Ahmad. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Council Chair. I'd like to call Councilwoman Breyer. It was her recommendation this evening to join me, please. Can you guys hear me? Is this working?
Yeah, we can hear you. Happen like this?
It's, it looks, yeah. So we gather this evening in an honor of lifetime devoted to community and service. We gratefully present a certificate of appreciation to Mr. Frank Zack. For 53 years, he has been a church resident of Dearborn Heights, a steadfast guardian of our safety, and a dedicated volunteer. His tenure at the Dearborn Heights Police Department from 1972 to 1975, followed by 33 years of service at General Motors as a repair specialist, exemplifies his commitment to excellence. But his unwavering dedication to the South Heights neighborhood as a neighborhood watch member, volunteer for over 10 years, watching over our safety, and his involvement at the South Heights Civic Association have significantly enriched the lives of those around him. Mr. Zack, your impact is immeasurable, and your legacy of service will continue to inspire future generations. Mr. Frank Zack.
I'd just like to add, Frank has been serving South Dearborn Heights, the Civic Association currently for more than 10 years, driving around all the way from Inkster Road to about 12 blocks east of Telegraph and Van Born up to Michigan Avenue. He does the businesses, he does the residents, and he had experience when he was at the police department of transferring prisoners. He did fingerprinting, he served warrants, he took juveniles downtown to Detroit, and he ran a ticker tape machine. And he also took prisoners to Out County Court. So again, welcome Frank. He's our favorite.
Congratulations, Frank. Can you step up over here?
Up to the
Come on,
podium, please.
Frank.
He's very
If
humble.
council members would like to join us, please. Dearborn Heights City Council Certificate of Appreciation presented to Frank Zack for his work with the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association Neighborhood Watch Program. The City of Dearborn Heights proudly acknowledges and awards this certificate of appreciation to Frank Zack in recognition of his outstanding dedication and commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. Signed by Council Chair Baidu and myself and all council members.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Hold
You
it
want to come this way?
Still going at it.
and hold that.
This is for you. Would you like to say something?
Yes, I'd like to say something. Those of you who know anything about Frank, or if you're from the South End, you know this guy. He drives around on his own. He's a neighborhood watch.
He's always
guy.
watching.
And he's got his 2005 Crown Victoria with his placards on each door that says he's a neighborhood watch, the South Dearborn Civic Association, South Dearborn Heights Civic Association. And he goes through all the streets in South End of Dearborn Heights. He checks on vacant properties. He's houses that are for sale. He checks on those. He goes around all the schools and he sees windows open, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Tom, I found a place where these windows are open and I kind of push them closed. Can you call the school board tomorrow and let them know?" And he does all this stuff and very little recognition. He's been doing it for 10 years. He comes by my house all the time, shines a spotlight in my windows at nighttime, let me know that he's coming by. The guy's phenomenal. And in past administrations and police departments, I've tried to get some kind of funding because he drives around in his own car, spends his own gas, buys his own tires, doesn't get anything from the city. At one time, the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association gave him a little bit of money, but he gets nothing now. And it'd be a good thing if we could put a little bit of our money from our police budget and helping Frank out because he's a great guy. He's dedicated to the Dearborn Heights like no one you've ever met before. This guy is phenomenal. Believe me, I know him personally. Thanks, Frank.
You wanna guys stand for a picture?
Yeah, sure. Join us, Frank. Back here.
Back there. We could go back to Council Chair.
Right here.
Between you guys. Yeah.
She broke it. No.
Frank watched you. Thank you, Frank.
Congratulations. Would you like to say something? Frank?
Well, all I want to say is,
Right here, please.
yeah, I do cover a lot of areas and I patrol a lot of neighborhoods. I have a lot of A-band houses. I have a lot of schools, windows left open, doors propped open. Everybody's gone home. I look for trouble, you know, and these people just continue on. And I deal with the Board of Education, let them know that they got to get something done about it. You know, all the schools. So I go back there, you know, I find stuff and everything else, and then I turn it in. Or I call dispatch and tell dispatch to send me out a car. Now I got 2 police cars every once in a while come over. They know how to do the wall side windows now. They pop the screen and then they do this. I said, that's good, you know, that won't have to chatter on the phone for dispatch. But I just cover everything because I do it from the heart.
Frank, thank you so much. Thank you, Councilwoman Breyer,
Oh, yeah.
for her, help putting this together with Councilman Chairman Pro Tem Ahmad. Next up, we have a presentation from our Wayne County Commissioner, the Honorable David Kniezek. We're in a clapping mood today.
Yes, I don't think I earned it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to come and provide a little update on the work that I'm doing and that we're doing down at Wayne County. Again, these are just soft check-ins that I like to come out and do with the community. First, I also want to say congrats to Frank and his family that's sitting over there. When I pulled into the parking lot and I saw the white Crown Vic, I said, man, something must be going down over here. At City Hall, I got nervous for a second. I'm glad to hear that we're recognizing his great volunteerism in the South End. And added benefit, as I was going around, folks might know every Wayne County commissioner gets 2 tickets to every Tigers home game. It's a perk that we get that I think is wrong, to be clear, but because we help fund the Comerica Park, every county commissioner gets 2 tickets. In the 4 years I've been on commission, I've never used them once. I always give them away to members of the community. So I brought 3 sets of tickets this morning. A homeboy here's got the Tigers jacket on, so he was an easy pick. We went down there to Frank's family. I know they picked up some too. So you come to the council meeting, you might walk out of it with some Tigers tickets. That works too. That works too.
Did I tell you I'm a great Tigers fan, by the way?
News to me,
Too late.
Councilman. Thank you.
Try next year.
And also had the chance to go around. I brought 30 of these and ran out of them. But for folks who are watching at home, might want a copy. This is the newly, truly, to Kim's point, hot off the presses. This was delivered to my office today. Our Wayne County Parks booklet that talks about all the recreational opportunities that we're providing across Wayne County this summer. So encourage folks to check that out. If I can be helpful in any way, please let me know. Fourth, want to give a thank you to the Dearborn Heights Rotary for a great event that they put on this last weekend. I had the opportunity to participate in the bookshelf building. I know the mayor was there. Our state rep, Aaron Burns, was there. Building those bookshelves, I have an issue, right? Because I can't just go and build the shelves. It has to be a competition for me mentally. If I don't build the most bookshelves that day, I can't sleep about it at night. But 60 bookshelves that weekend, 30 this upcoming weekend, going to the students as a part of D7 schools. Just a great initiative.
How many did you build?
I built 12 that day, 12 of the 60.
Who was the record for?
I held the record.
I won that for the record.
If you want to come compete next year, come on.
It wouldn't even be a competition. I'd let you win that one.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Just three more quick things, and I'll turn it over to the council for any questions they have. New event that is being launched this year. I'm here presenting in Dearborn Heights, right? I'm rocking my Garden City pin. Some days I'm in Garden City, I'm rocking my Inkster pin, hold 9 yards. I remember when I first got elected 12 years ago, meeting with somebody who was a part of the Western Wayne NAACP. And he said to me, David, people that live south of Cherry Hill, we don't want to go north of Cherry Hill. People live north of Cherry Hill, they don't want to come south of Cherry Hill. How do we get our communities together? How do we knock down these walls? And I used to overthink it, I think, a lot. And now I'm just of the mindset that you get folks in the same room and they figure it out themselves. I've seen it time and time again throughout my career. And with that spirit in mind, next month, I'm going to be hosting a new event, a senior celebration is what we're calling it. This isn't a me thing, as with all things. Partnered up with the Amity Foundation here in Dearborn Heights, the Garden City Community Coalition in Garden City, the Inkster Task Force in Inkster. Now, some folks might have an issue with this, but I have to pick a number, right? So the invite cutoff for the senior celebration is 60 and above. Some folks might think it should be higher, some might think it should be lower, but 60 is the cutoff. Invite should be hitting mailboxes truly tomorrow or the next day. I know they went to the post office on Monday, but the goal is to bring our three communities together, get them in the same room, and let them do what they got to do. Mingle with each other, understand the great things that are going on across our three communities. And I'm very excited about it. Again, the partnership with the three nonprofits, you're going to have 400 seniors gathering on Thursday, May 16th. And one of the things that I like to do, perhaps to the chagrin of some up on the dais, I invite elected officials to attend, but there's a cost to get in the door because it's all about giving back to the seniors. It's a free event, the full meal. We ask all of the elected officials who want to attend to give 4 $25 gift cards so that we can raffle them off. I know our treasurer, our clerk, a number of the council, the mayor, they've all made their commitments. As we stand here today, and I'm going to push for more, we have over $2,500 worth of gift cards that we're going to be raffling off. If you get that invite in the mail, please RSVP as soon as possible. Like I said, 400 spots are for the event. We have 200 set aside for Dearborn Heights. We're half the district. We have half the seats. The other 100 each to Garden City and Inkster. Sixth, my newsletter, I think I talked about it last time. It's also going to be hitting mailboxes, I think, next week. So be on the lookout for that. My last one was 10 pages. This one's 20 pages. We're doing a lot around the county. I'm trying to do a lot around our three communities. It was so big, we couldn't fold it in half. So it's being mailed out like a little magazine to everybody. So if you need something to put you to sleep at night, give me a holler. And then finally, of course, always a hot topic, Ecorse Creek. We are getting ready to kick things off for the Ecorse Creek remediation in the South Heights. Of course, I talked about this at previous conversations. I made a number of commitments there. The first was to make sure that we keep the administration and the council in the loop. I know that the mayor had a chance to speak with the Wayne County administration earlier today about some things that we're going to be doing. The council, the administration, and the Ecorse Creek Commission are all going to be getting an invite from me shortly to invite you out to a briefing about the project and what we're doing. Remember that we're breaking the creek up into reaches 1 and 2, and then we hit reach 3 through 7. And that's the parts of Dearborn Heights that we're going to be remediating. So you're all going to get a briefing on what it is that we're doing, because again, it's important to me that all of us as elected officials, as leaders in the community, that we're on the same page and pulling in the same direction, communicating clearly and consistently with the public so that we're all on the same page and they know what's going on. The public is also entitled to that same level of engagement and briefing and updates, but we're not going to break it down, if you will, into the briefing like we are. I know, again, we work with the administration. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your partnership and your work here. The date's being finalized. I don't want to announce it prematurely and then have to clean it up later. But towards the end of May, we are going to have 6 hours that we take at the Eaton Center in the South End. Open it wide up so that whether you're working or you're off, or maybe the morning doesn't work, the afternoon does, whatever it may be, we're going to have the opportunity for all the members of the public to come in, have all their questions answered, get briefed on the project, and have everybody, again, be on the same page moving forward. So it's a big lift, but we're excited about it. And again, I think it's meeting that expectation of communication and transparency around the project that I would expect for us to have. And I know, again, the public demands by way of that. So that was a lot. I'll stop talking. I'll kick it over to all of you and see if
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions from any of our council members? Anybody? Well, Commissioner, I thank you for all that you're doing, especially for the senior event. I can't wait to sit by our honorable seniors who will be in attendance with us. Put me right next to Rose, please.
Someone's got to keep an eye on her. Yeah.
Yeah. Put me right next to Rose. I'm excited, but thank you for coming down here. And thank you for briefing us on all the great things that you're doing across Wayne County.
Appreciate it, Al. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I know this one's a little off here, Madam Clerk, but we have somebody here from, sorry, what did I do with this card? For SBA. I was kind of going back and forth. I said, I'm gonna let you speak at the end. Council Chairman Pro Tem Ahmad said he needs 5 minutes. We're gonna give you a quick 5 minutes on the clock.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Introduce yourself, what's going on, and if you want a picture, that's great. Say that you were here.
Yes, I have to prove that I was here. Thank you. So I work for the United States Small Business Administration. Name is Timothy Watson, not to be redundant. We basically coordinate around all of the 50 states to work on disasters. We are here in coordination with FEMA, working for the August storms and tornado that occurred last year. In this response, we have physical damage loans. In that response, I know a lot of people in this room who might have been affected around Wayne County probably have already taken care of those matters with out-of-pocket expenses. They may have racked up credit card debt, or they might have been in a position where they had a high insurance deductible that they could not afford. I can tell you that the Small Business Administration funding will allow you to utilize those funds, if approved, to take care of all of those different things. We not only assist businesses, we assist nonprofits as well as homeowners as well as renters. If you qualify, you can qualify for up to $100,000 as a renter, up to $500,000 as a homeowner, and up to $2 million as a nonprofit or a business. Now, for the nonprofit business and the homeowner, they qualify for mitigation if they're approved. The mitigation is there for them for preventative maintenance in the future to help build back the structure better the next time around, just in case of a storm or a tornado or flooding occurs in the area. So we also have an economic injury disaster loan that is specifically for nonprofits and businesses. These cover economic losses. And back to the physical damage loan for the business and nonprofit, it also covers inventory, real estate, machinery, or equipment that may have been destroyed or damaged at that moment in time. So I just wanted to come out here briefly and explain some of this information. I will make sure that I follow up to make sure that you have this information in electronic files. I definitely want this to be shared with the public. Even if they were not affected, this information will be the same in the future. The only thing that will change is the interest rates. And our interest rates are for a home loan can be as high as 5%, as low as 2.5% for business loans. as low as 4%, as high as 8%. For nonprofit organizations, 2.375 across the board. For the economic injury disaster loan, business and small agricultural cooperatives is 4%. And for nonprofit organizations, it's 2.375%. Now, I know that was a lot of information in a very short period of time, but I will be available throughout Wayne County to provide additional information and insights. We also have a business recovery and disaster recovery center at the Wayne County Community Center. FEMA is also there to assist.
Thank you, Timothy. Timothy, I will tell you, I will reach out to you. I know that there are a lot of people that were affected with the flood, especially in the south end of Dearborn Heights, where a lot of homes have, outside of August, are still being affected with, rainfall, because we just so happen to be where the creek is and it floods and people's homes are being destroyed. So outside of just August, our city gets hit extremely hard. And I thank you, and I thank the SBA, and I thank FEMA for coming out here and really putting your focuses in Wayne County and especially Dearborn Heights.
Thank you for having us, and
God
I'll
bless you.
follow up, and I'll make sure that you have a FEMA contact as well.
I will reach out to you for my official capacity, and then we'll get in contact.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Madam
for
Clerk,
having
can
me.
you also get his email address? George? Thank you. Or if you have a card, just
Yeah,
give
I
it to
have
her.
a card.
And then George, just put us in an email chain tomorrow, and then I'll share his contact information with also the council members, in case they know of anybody or anyone reaches out to us regarding this issue. Thank you. All right, next up, we have agenda approval.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the amended agenda for the regular meeting of April 23rd, 2024 as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, second by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on the agenda items? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have approval of minutes from the regular meeting of April 9th, 2024.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the regular meeting of April 9th, 2024 as submitted.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Saab, second by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up on the agenda is number 5, public hearing and comments on agenda items only. Before we move forward to this, I just want to make a few notes here at this meeting. I've been receiving several emails about basically saying that when the meetings have been a little hectic, a lot of back and forth. When I ask our colleagues, the administration, the clerk's office, the treasurer's office, the audience, this body, please, let's keep everything moving forward respectful. If I ask you to go through the chair, to please go through the chair and honor that. I don't like slamming the gavel, and I also don't like receiving emails and people saying, grab the order of the meeting. And so if I have to, be a little bit more firm and assertive, I'm gonna have to, but I'm asking you guys respectfully, please don't put me in that position. And to those that are at home, I hope that this meeting and the meetings moving forward will be a lot smoother. If you don't like a certain thing on the agenda, you don't like a certain thing that's being done, you don't like a certain thing that's being said, please go through the council chair and briefly speak on how you feel and keep it moving. Thank you. So next up is gonna be public hearings on agenda items only. We're gonna start off with Zoom, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, before we go into in person. I think we're gonna switch it up a little bit. Anybody on Zoom on agenda items only? Going once, going twice, great. Next, we'll go in person. Anybody from the public on agenda items only? Sir, please step it up. I know you asked for an additional minute, so go ahead. Ladies first, maybe?
No, go ahead.
No. Ladies first. It's only fair.
Okay, I was just coming.
You're the icebreaker.
Sorry. If I can't make a comment on this, just tell me it's on 2A.
You can speak on anything on the agenda item. Just please state your name, the
Yes,
city you reside in, the street you live on, ma'am.
Tanya Sterlini, West Brookside, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I just want to make a comment on Frank as a citizen and also I'm the chair of the South End Dearborn Heights Civic Association. Just want to thank Frank for everything that he's done for the district and the city, and he's fabulous and wonderful. And I just wanted him to know that. And I'm so sorry that I was late for this. I just found out about it today and came back into town this morning and I just found out about it not too long ago. So I apologize, Frank. I love you very much. The other comment is on 2B, I believe, for David. I just have a quick comment on David. I want to know how many books his bookshelves will hold. He made 12. I don't know how many books those bookshelves will hold. Just saying. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Also, just a quick recognition before we move further. Tanya Sterlani is also a trustee. Her and our Honorable Leslie Winless who are here in attendance with us today, who attend many of our council meetings. So thank you, ladies, for being here. We thank you for the service that you guys do for all the students at D7 and for also the entire city of Dearborn Heights. Let's recognize them today. Next up, sir, you have 3 minutes. Since you asked for an additional minute,
Thank you,
please
Zohair.
state your name, the city you reside in, the street you live
Dearborn
on.
Heights, Rosemary Street. I'm going to talk about more than one subject. First, the controller's position.
Pause it.
This,
Is this on agenda items?
it should be
What's,
elected appointments. You have elected
what is
appointments.
this?
Elected appointment. mayoral
He's talking about,
appointments. Nine B. 9B.
9B.
Okay.
I'm very concerned about the budget of the city. I have been listening to the budget discussions. It looks like the budget of the city is in the red for $3 million, as it was stated. If I'm wrong, please correct me. The city council approved when the mayor asked for a deputy controller and he wants to raise the salary to $95. My hope was, when I personally pushed for that, is that we're going to get the right people with the right qualifications. And when I listen to somebody who's standing in front of you, responsible for the budget and the lives of 65,000 residents, who says 68,000, good, thank you, that he's learning and he doesn't know, I suggest to you that you need to hire the right people. If the mayor wants to raise it to $150,000, it is worth it, because you spent over $1.2 million to Plant Moran to correct the books, and always I hear that they blame the treasurer, which she has nothing to do whatsoever with reconciliation of all the accounts. So I hope that the mayor will come up with better salary, better qualification. I don't know who they are, but definitely they don't know anything about the budget. They never done it before, and I don't know what's their qualification. We have already 5 controllers, and it is enough. It's time to bring the right people for this city, because we deserve better. And I saw that on the ACH that there is 10,000 and some dollars for fixing a pump in the golf course. I think, this should not come from us. It should come from the person who's running the golf course, simply because if there is a CFO, it's their responsibility. If there is no CFO, they shouldn't be opening. Thank you very much.
Any other comments on agenda items only? Hearing none. Councilman, you can sit in your seat and speak from agenda items.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
If you want to speak from there, you're also more than welcome.
I'm already up. Tom Winslow, Dearborn Heights, 2-Lane Street. I'm gonna speak on a couple of things.
Hang on 1 second, Councilman. Pause this time.
Yep.
He doesn't get time. He gets to
Give
speak.
me an
as long-
extra 10 minutes, please. Last night was our first budget meeting, and I wasn't here, but I was listening to it on Zoom. And one thing that did upset me was, well, several things did, but one of them was that we would continue to employ Plant Moran. And one of the reasons the representative said that they're here is to train our staff. Train our staff that should be trained. Nothing personal about these people. You apply for a job, you get hired, that's what you want. That's what you get. But we're hiring people that need to be trained for that position. And I thought that was ludicrous. I said, why are we doing this? Like Mrs. Zohair said, let's raise their salary. We'll save money in the long run. I mean, if we get rid of Platt Moran, nothing against Platt Moran, but we'll save money in the long run. But for her to get up here last night and say, I'm here mainly because we have to train the people in the comptroller's office. And I said, wow, that's crazy. But another
Well,
thing
to her-
is,
To her defense, Councilman, there's been 7 comptrollers since the clerk's been in the clerk.
Mhm.
7.
what's
So you're constantly having, and we're about to go into number 8, because Mr. Turner has told us publicly he's only going to be here part-time.
well, we should have asked her how many other cities she trains the comptrollers.
I asked you to be the comptroller.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, nothing against our comptroller. He applied for the job and you got it. So it's like, you can't blame him. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think any other cities hire Platt Moran to train their comptroller.
Yeah.
You know,
Million.
so anyway, on item 9B, it's the some mayoral appointments. One of them is, reappointments to the HR director. And from what I understand, our HR director is resigning. And I've got an issue with this HR director. Several times city council has unanimously approved something to be done and directed the HR department to handle the things.
Please,
And they
Councilman, hang on
failed.
1 second.
They failed to do it.
Hang on, Roger. Roger, hang on. I started this meeting by saying, don't interrupt me, please. I give you permission to speak. Before he moves forward, Councilman, you are entitled, I'm going to use the same words that our corporation counsel told us. You are entitled to say whatever you'd like. But I am going to ask you to refrain from any slander or anything that can be, to be house facts.
Just facts. I'm
Okay.
stating facts.
Council Chair, I disagree that it's facts. It's accusations. He's asked for a meeting, but I'm not going to discuss any personnel issues or personal comments about the HR director. She's not going to have a chance to get up there and speak. And we talked about.
She will have time to speak, but hold on, Roger.
It's not a debate
Council
back
Chair,
and forth. But
It's
if he
not.
wants to do it,
Roger,
there is,
remember what I told you at the meeting yesterday?
no.
You know what you said at the last regular meeting? When me and the mayor were going back and forth about using the word folks. Go back, because you told me you went back and you watched it. You said the mayor is entitled as free under the First Amendment right to say what he wants. You said this on the record. I'll pull up the video for you right now and play it on this microphone. So what I don't want to see is a double standard from you and say that the mayor can say what he wants, but the councilman can't say anything that he wants.
If you want to go into what the double standard is, first of all, respect what I'm advising. And I'm explaining that this comment is not an issue of First Amendment when you're getting into different types of rights or employee issues. And that's what you're going into, not whether you have a right to speak or comment. And there is no double standard between you and the mayor. If the mayor listens to me, great. You don't listen to me, that's different, right?
Why?
Well, no, if you don't listen to me,
It should
if
be
I'm
great.
advising you of something and you don't listen,
Hold
but if the
on.
mayor, I advise and the mayor listens, there's a difference.
Hold on.
But what I'm asking, no, I'm just
Don't
focusing,
listen.
Mayor,
It's not okay.
Council Chair, I'm focusing on the issue.
All right.
I'm asking that he refrain from making any comments about the HR's performance or anything that goes into it because it gets into the personnel issues. I'm asking you as the chair to advise him not to, because
Do you know how many
speaking as a
people-
councilman.
Roger, please, point of order. Listen, do you know how many people have stood over here and have bashed this council or bashed this mayor? And we've let them go. The only difference is this resident has a title of being elected by the people. So if this man's gonna say something like any other, we've had members of the public come up and say council members were racist. That the treasurer is a racist. Showing, Councilman Constant at the time was a drunk. These are things that were said from the public. Not saying that he is. By all means, I am not saying that because he actually doesn't drink alcohol. He's never had alcohol. Councilman Constant's a great man. The moral of the story is people have come out here and said that.
Council, if you're talking about slander, that's one thing. If you're talking about, and I've been attacked by you in different, no disrespect.
Yeah.
But however, if we're talking about employee issues, that's different, Council Chair.
But to say
And I'm
that the
asking,
HR director
I
does
did
not
not
care-
interrupt you,
To say
Council
the
Chair.
HR director
I
does not
did
care
not
to answer to
interrupt
a
you,
councilman
Council
is a
Chair.
bad thing?
I did not interrupt you, Council Chair. Please do not interrupt me. Let's respect each other like you asked.
You're right. Okay, you got me there.
Thank you, sir. If we can have him not talk about employment performance or issues where he's not talking about any factual, nothing's been presented, there's been no meeting. And that's not an issue to discuss in an open session. I'm just advising him.
Are we done?
to Stop. I haven't finished. You're interrupting me again. You kindly advise him not to go into employment issues.
I'm not his attorney, number one. That would be you.
And I'm advising him not to.
And if
do
he
it.
doesn't want to take your advice, he doesn't have to. But I also want you to know that there was an email that I was CC'd on that the HR director responded. And if he wants to, I don't know if you read it or not. But the HR director simply says, which has already been discussed because she responded, saying that she was advised by the mayor to not move forward. So Councilman, I don't know if you read that email.
No, that's not correct to what that email said. The email said is to set up, she answered the questions and asked for time to meet or discuss it, which she said verbally, and the mayor advises certain things. If the mayor advises certain things, that's getting into employment issues. Council Chair.
I will read you the email verbatim if you'd like.
Okay, we're trying to get away from discussing
You're right.
personnel issues.
Councilman, go ahead and finish if you'd like.
Thank you, Council Chair. I'm
Follow the
gonna-
direction of the corporation
Right.
council or speak your mind.
Everything I'm gonna say from this point on has been said before at a council meeting. Okay, so it's nothing new, no accusations being made. It took over a year to post the job at the Eaton coordinator position. And after number of times, council directed, HR department to post the position. It wasn't posted time after time after time after time for over a year. And once again, the HR director was directed to post 3 ordinance officer jobs. These are all things that were said at council meetings. And that was over a month ago. These were supposed to be posted. And the jobs were supposed to be filled by May 1st. Now, May 1st is just 1 week away. And with these jobs haven't even been posted yet. I'm wondering who's got more authority here? Us 7 members here elected by the people or HR director appointed by the mayor? It seems like they have more authority than we do. And I'm really upset about it because that's not the way it's supposed to be run. We direct somebody to do something, and it's within our charter rights to direct the administration to perform certain duties, and this is one of them. And I'm very upset about it. And there might be even legal action taken because I believe it's a misdemeanor not to follow city council direction. And that's why I want to just put out there in the open because I've said it before and we've all said it at all the meetings. Thank you.
Council Chair, may I respond?
Time out.
By
One second.
charter?
Hang on,
Please.
1 second, please. Councilman, I'm gonna let the corporation council go first. You're gonna go second. Again, I don't want to do the back and forth all day today, please. So
I'll
let's
just
keep
read it. I'll just read the charter quickly and I'll move on. 5.3 duties of the mayor, section para A. It shall be the responsibility of the mayor to enforce all of the laws and ordinances of the city. It does not say city council.
Thank you. Thank you so
B,
much.
except as is otherwise provided in this charter, the mayor shall have the power of appointment and removal over all directors, controller, commissions, and boards which are in charge of the several departments of the city. He shall be responsible for the efficient administration of all departments of the city government and shall allocate space to the various departments of the city. 5.3, please read your charter, council.
Thank you, Chair.
Hey,
Council Chair. Here from the Special Legal Counsel.
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead.
Time out. Please, guys, everybody slow down. I'm gonna hold off on hearing from special legal counsel right now. I'm not gonna make this turn this into a back and forth. It's not a debate. I'm gonna have you say what you have
I
to
just
say.
want to respond to Councilman Winslow,
Go ahead.
his defense.
This is public, this is an agenda item.
I mean, no, that's not, but I have the right to respond to him. I want to respond to him. And I do agree with Councilman Winslow that when council does put a resolution in, passes, we control the budget at the end of the day. And we got to vote positions and heads in. It's simple. These positions are in front of us tonight. We can hold off on our votes. It's simple. There's nothing to argue.
Thank you. Anything else on public, on anything on agenda items only? I'm so sorry, Gary. I'm just gonna hold off. I don't want to turn this into a back and forth. Councilman, please forgive me on this one. I said that I'm gonna control the order of this meeting. I don't want to turn this into a courtroom, please. Roger, moving forward, unless I'm asking for your opinion, I don't want to keep doing this back and forth where you're giving us an opinion constantly on every single issue. Please, thank you. Next up, we have fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve current claims and ACH wire transfers 6-1 through 6-34, 6 through dash. 6-37 and 6-39 through 6-46 as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, second by Councilman Ahmad. Council Chair Pro Tem Ahmad, any discussion?
Yes,
Councilman Saab.
I would like to pull two items. Item number 15.
Tell me what that is, sir.
So I just want to know, I brought this up to Roger yesterday. Why are we, I'm just kind of curious to know this, and I know it's a labor. Why are we messing with the police pension or looking into the police pensions and supervisor and command and patrol pensions through a different law firm than we use for labor? And again, I've asked Corporation Counsel many times on bills that opinions, and these opinions are paid by public money. And every time when we ask him for anything, some of these opinions are regarding our own emails. He says it's confidential. So anything that's confidential and that we can't see, I believe that whoever orders these should be paying for them out of pocket, not the taxpayer. So I'd like that to be removed, and I'd like item 45, which is Lead Lion, says it's $3,900 for a repair at the
Hold on,
golf
Councilman.
course,
Hold on. Slow down for a second. You want to remove 45,
and 15.
45 and 15?
Yep.
You want to remove Lead Lion for what is your reasoning?
So I want proof of what the work they did was and the extent of the work. I
Have you
don't,
reached out to anybody regarding it?
I did. I had Mr. Deeb. I actually sent him an email. He put a flash drive yesterday night in my mailbox. I've not gone through it. So until we look at it and see what the scope of the work
Did
was.
you say 15?
15.
That's sweet.
15 is sanitation.
I'm so sorry. Number 39. Hold on a second.
Perkins Law Group?
Yep, Perkins. I'm sorry, not 1539, correction.
Any other discussion?
Yes, there's also. Where is it on here? I'm trying to find it. What's going on with stuff? Number 20. The statement says here that they moved 50 yards of debris. I passed by the site and took personal pictures on my phone. There's debris all over that place on site still.
Is this on the site or
Right behind Blue Moon.
on the emergency one with the mirror?
Yeah, but they said they removed all the debris from there. There's garbage piled up right in the center of it, right where the grass is cut.
I mean, it could have potentially been debris that potentially went back from the rain or the snow. I mean, you're on Telegraph.
But it says they disposed of debris.
I mean, also Chair. Mayor, 1 second. You got number 10. Okay, I'm sorry, that's number 20.
20.
Okay, I'm gonna hear from Roger first, and then I'm gonna go to the mayor. Any other more councilmen?
That's it for now.
Any other council members actually on fund transfers and current claims?
Council Chair,
Yes.
is the issue with that retaining wall on this, and these, these fund transfers, current claims? Is it on there? This,
It is.
That's a one.
Number 20.
it is number 20? Because I had a friend of mine, look at it and, that the hydraulic moving of that wall is strictly, in his opinion, 100% due to the earth. Nothing to do with roots. It's the entire length of that wall is leaning in because it's not supported properly. It was a cinder block wall built without the proper, I can't remember what you referred to, that you go into the dirt like 8 feet with like a teeth thing, keeps the wall from getting pressed out. And he said that it had little to do with the roots until we get something that says it was the roots that caused that wall to, because as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay to have that wall, someone's property, personal property repaired.
Okay, well, that one's 20 is on there to
Okay.
move. We're gonna hear from Roger
Okay.
first on the Perkins, and then we can hear on the mayor on number 20, which would be Gray's Outdoor Services LLC. Any other council members on any of them? Yes, Councilwoman Breyer.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering why we still owe Pat Milliken Ford for repairs on a 2040 Explorer from September of last year.
Okay, do you want to remove that or you just want a question on it?
I'm questioning why it's still outstanding.
And that's number 37. Guys, I just want to say this, make some of the meetings go a little faster. If we may, moving forward, if you have these concerns on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, send an email. CC myself, those who you feel that are in charge, like, and I don't mean this councilman to, in any way, but put me and the mayor and the corporation council, maybe council chair pro tem in your concerns. And if they don't respond, that way we can then say, okay, well, we didn't get a response, we're gonna move it. Or maybe they do give us a response. Or maybe you want it on the record, and I totally respect it. The route of it could have been, I had questions with, 45, 20, and 37. This is what Roger told me. I didn't like it. I'd still like it removed until I can get further. Just moving forward, so we're not spending 20, 30, 40 minutes on agenda items, or I'm sorry, on fund transfers and current claims.
Sorry, Council Chair, just to interrupt. The last meeting, we asked for pictures and proof.
I agree.
There,
I'm
okay.
100%
So
with
we
you
didn't-
on 20.
Unless I wasn't put an email, because he never includes me in any emails, I didn't get no.
So I'm just asking, I didn't get any either, Mayor. I know we requested
I
that.
did send it to you guys.
I didn't get it.
The pictures?
Yeah, to you and the council pro tem. You can find it.
I didn't see.
Okay, Roger, I'm gonna have you go first and then the mayor.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I think your suggestion to have the councilman just send us, if he has objections to certain things to pull, I'll be happy to answer it. I know a lot of why we bring sometimes a second opinion in. We're dealing with retiree healthcare benefits. Obviously, unions don't represent retirees. There are specific terms or requests from unions that come into the negotiations. And the experts we bring in are experts in those areas. I will not get into the details, obviously, because of collective bargaining that's ongoing. Our patrol and command officers union contracts are coming up again shortly. We're currently still in our firefighters negotiations as of yesterday and Thursday. I think that how the issue of responding to Councilman Saab, I know February 14th, I gave him an opinion. I did get a second opinion from Don Denald's firm on the issue of non-FOIA and FOIA requests for ongoing investigations within the police department. Yes, I have my opinion, and I checked it out with a second attorney that has more experience than I do with that area, and I did respond on February 14th. The councilman, I sent it to the mayor as well. But like I said, if I get it beforehand, I can properly respond to Councilman Saab. I will be happy to do it. If he could just let me know once he's taken off, he could email me tonight and I'll respond to him by Gmail.
Thank you. Mayor, on item number 20, did you get the email?
No.
Yeah, I didn't.
I'm gonna look for it, but
All
I
right,
did
it's
send
okay.
it the next
So it's
day.
you're probably doing it, something probably got stuck in a draft, who knows? We're gonna give everybody the benefit of the doubt. We're all gonna have good vibes today.
Okay, again, the wall, it's not a true statement, the hydraulics. When you have any kind of erosion with water erosion, the wall was, you had a bunch of debris underneath the wall. And you also have the roots and the trees that were taken down, but they never took the roots out. So you have water erosion under the wall. And I don't know if you guys been by that location to see the wall, how it's leaning.
I did, I
The
saw,
owner
I drove by
actually
it.
had
right
to
after.
put wood just to support the wall because of the stuff that was caused. Again, stuff that the city has put when they have construction. It is city property. It's not the entity next door. It is city property and it was our issue. So when you have roots and you have water, a lot of rain coming through that area, the stuff is gonna get underneath, the water is gonna get underneath the wall and it's gonna cause a lot of water erosion. That's why that wall was tilting. And again, we were trying to prevent from the wall falling to the entity the next door. And it would have caused a lot bigger damage. And if there's vehicles, then the city is liable for it because we caused the damage. The debris was removed that was underneath the wall. And they did have a backhoe that was actually taking out the roots and they were putting them in trucks and they did send that to DPW. So they did take out a lot of debris that was underneath the wall.
Council Chair, can we clarify, is that wall is owned by the city?
The stuff that we put behind the wall was our responsibility. So there was some stuff that was done. There was some water main repair a few years ago, I was told. They took that debris and they put it next to the wall. It was putting a lot of pressure on the wall. I could tell you if
That wall was built by the business that was there because that was a slope and they cut it into the slope, built a wall so they could have a flat area. And whoever built that wall did it wrong. And I don't think it's the city's obligation to fix that wall that somebody messed up in the past. Pretty expensive to repair that wall, I imagine.
Well, it was our damage, because we, like I said, we took out a lot of trees and we didn't take out the roots. And there was a lot of repair that was done in the area, that we put pressure on the wall from our side. And building directors already talked to you guys at the last meeting, that he actually looked at it and it was on the verge of tipping over.
I like to see pictures.
You can go by there, look at the wall right
I did, and it's full of trash. And the wall was
Guys, hey, point of order. Come on. Come on. I don't wanna do the back and forth, please. You wanna remove, Mayor, just send us the photos that you can. Clearly, there's some photos that still show debris. Maybe Grace can go back out there. That is a hefty bill of $10,000. I'd like to see it to be, extremely thin. I mean, I can only imagine the debris that's gonna come from Telegraph, but not that amount of debris is gonna come out, so. You can have them go back out there. Council members, what do you guys like to do on this one? Right now, Councilman Saab is asking to remove the lead lion,
Perkins,
and
Grace Outdoor.
and Gray's Outdoor. I don't know how I feel about removing lead lion. If this is something that they've done work, you said they're doing it at the golf course, and we've already contracted out with them. I don't know. But if you guys want to go ahead and remove it, or if you're still waiting to get information from Mr. Deeb, I will honor that, but I don't think we should just keep going after lead line just to remove
I'm
lead.
not going after a lion. It's just, the scope of work does not justify the payment.
What do you mean, the $2,000?
$4,000. Where are you getting $2,000 from?
Council Chair.
Yeah. Councilman Constant, go ahead.
Well, the opinion
What
from
number's lead
Ken
line?
Wilson of
45
the
years.
Perkins Law Group, he's the former head of labor relations for Wayne County. I noted the city attorney said, there's often dispute or conflict between the retirees and the rank and file serving members of any particular union. So the bill is for a whole $1,575. So I don't, other than it's not the law firm we usually use. I don't see any reason not to pay the Perkins Law Group.
Okay.
Get out there and start patrolling, Frank.
Frank, you got a lot to do.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Okay,
Council Chair, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, what was your number again?
37.
37. Are we doing something about 37?
Matt Milliken?
I mean, to be honest with you, I missed this one too. I mean, it says here, there's two dates that the vehicle was released from service in September and it was crossed off. Then, it's September 14th of last year. Then there's another one that says that was released from service on March 21st, 2024.
15.
No, it says here March 21st.
That's a different vehicle. I'm talking about the Explorer. The 2040.
Oh, there is.
The one you're talking about on March. is
727 good number, yeah, right.
17.
Because there are two different vehicles. So I guess it just got released from service on March 21st. That's why they're billing right now.
There's several vehicles.
Correct. But she's saying, the councilwoman was she's saying that one of them was released back in September. Why now? Why they sent it now?
Yes, I mean, she has a point. It says released September 14th. Or you paying it 6 months later.
Somebody just didn't submit it. It sounds like.
I mean, at the same time, they call it the blanket orders. So I don't know if they keep them together. I'm not sure. You know, Mayor?
That's what it looks like. I mean, it is a blanket order and I don't know how often they bill. but I haven't seen a bill from them for a while. And again, they service several vehicles.
Up to you, whatever you'd like to do, Mayor.
That's okay, as long as we get it paid.
Okay, so you want to keep it on?
Council
Okay.
Chair,
Yes,
you
Council.
know, just really brief, because I don't want to drag us on. I've got a great working relationship with Pat Milliken Ford. They're my dealership. But why did we start going outside the city to have our vehicles worked on? I mean, we had I think all of our repairs were done within the city limits, the businesses in the
I
city.
thought we also just hired a full-time mechanic, didn't we, Mayor?
Okay, they don't do full blown mechanical work, and there's no dealer in Dearborn Heights.
Is it
There's no Ford dealer.
warranty work or something like that? Warranty or?
No, we're paying for it.
Those,
It can't be
those
warranted.
are out of warranty. 2020 vehicle?
Yeah.
And he had a 16, there's no warranty on these vehicles.
It's something we should look into, maybe see if we can find some businesses in the city of Dearborn Heights to maintain our vehicles. I don't remember going outside to different dealers.
Always use dealers, Councilman.
I don't know. I mean, who was doing it before?
We've used dealers before. We've used the village.
I will agree with the mayor on this one. I do recall us always going through a dealership.
That's not true. They used to use Discount House right here, tire.
We use
and-
Matt's
For tire.
discount tire.
Yeah,
or
Discount
whatever.
right here, right on Beach and
Coopers.
But we used to, we
Chair?
always used, yeah, I probably.
Not cars and
We were
cars.
using places like Discount Tire, because I remember
Yes.
approving those bills. And what was the other one? Matt's.
I think we even use Coopers. Both of them are.
No, well, that's what I mean. Like, we've always used but Coopers and Discount Tires are a bigger corporation. It's not
No,
like.
No, they're
not
not.
Discount.
In our city.
City.
They're in our city.
Mom and Pop. Discount in Dearborn Heights, is that?
Well, I don't know if
Dearborn
it's
Heights.
down. It used to be on Warren and Beach. And then
Oh,
we moved
I'm
on to
thinking
South
the one on
End.
Ford Road.
Yeah, they're in Dearborn,
Yeah.
Van Born Road.
So you see, was never approved, this dealership?
I don't recall. Maybe it's something we can look into. You know, let's take
Yeah,
care of this
we
bill.
just find services in our city.
We have
That's
to
all.
go to a dealer.
Huh?
We have to go to a dealer. Some work has to be done by a dealer.
That's not
These
under
are
warranty.
vehicles.
These aren't under warranty.
Yeah, if
It'd
it's
be
not on the
cheaper
warranty,
to-
you don't have to go through. a dealer.
It'd be cheaper to go through like a local,
That's okay.
mechanic.
Moving forward, Mayor, let's just go. That's all. Can we agree to that, Mayor?
I'll look into it.
Say yes. Okay, so we are removing, Madam Clerk, 20, 45, and 39. Are you sure you want to remove the Perkins Law Group?
Yes.
Can we have Council Chair, can I have the councilman give me a written explanation of his
I don't
objection?
think he needs to, Council.
So I can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. All right,
When I have time, I'll respond, Roger. Send me an email.
come on, guys, come on. Wow, I'm losing everything over here. Any other discussion? I hope not. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Saab, will you be amending your motion to remove
Yes, I'll
20,
be-
30, I'm sorry, 20, 39, and 45?
Yes.
I support.
You're amending your motion? Okay, Madam Clerk, you got that? George, are we good? Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next up, consideration of bids from Council Chair Pro Tem Ahmad, City Council videographer bid.
Council
Council
Chair.
Chair,
I'm gonna let the Councilman Ahmad take this one. Sorry, Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for City Council videographer to keep creating for a total cost of $11,200 as outlined in 7-A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion on this? I will say a couple of things. I see the bid that you put forward. Thank you
Yes,
for getting
Council.
us the 3 bid. The gentleman that will be working on here does great work. I've seen a lot of this stuff. It's a great deal. Believe it or not, all 3 of them, all the 3 bidders are phenomenal videographers. They are all amazing videographers. They all do great things in the city. Some are, do things at the legislative, or in the state or at the federal level. Some do more local business. Some try to incorporate just kind of both. And, so I appreciate you looking out and getting those bids. And I just want you guys to know the councilman was able to go in. This was something that he worked really hard on, back and forth, trying to find other people, get quotes, saying, give me a quote, speaking with them, meeting with them, doing this all on his own time. And this is something, again, this is a part-time job that we do, and he went above and beyond, so.
Council Chair,
Council Chair?
Thank you.
can we have the councilman give us the residents a brief description of
Yeah,
what this
I was
is?
gonna talk about, so thank you, Council Chair.
Why don't you go to the podium?
Thank you, Council Chair. So in the front of the honorable body, we have three bids. We've been talking since last year to have different campaigns for the city residents. One of them is the blight campaign that we've been talking about that previous Councilman Ray Muscat was passionate about. So we had an approval for budget last year to have videos on social media and hopefully cable where we can showcase our city and at the same time, inform the residents on some stuff, what to do, what not to do, and especially like the blight campaign, safety issues, school zone issues. I know Ms. King, she's passionate about this too. We've been talking about it. So I did reach about for different videographers in the area, local videographers. I'm well aware of their good work, like Council Chair said. They do beautiful work. We had some conversation back and forth, and I was lucky to get those bids, to be honest, those numbers. So the one I made the motion, I hope the honorable body would approve so we can move forward because I guess late better than never. This bid is for 8 videos, and this is really a good price. So I hope this honorable body would go ahead and approve this so we can move forward and showcase our beautiful city and invite more residents. And thank you, Council Chair.
I believe our Corporation Counsel Roger had some comments.
Yes, thank you, Council Chair. I appreciate the hard work of Councilman. I know him and I met and talked to some other companies as well. I don't know if we can have a presentation of this organization before you take it to a vote, as well as the other 2 or 3 companies that were also bidding, because I don't know the scope of services of what the others. I see numbers, but I don't see what talent, because the companies, Councilman Ahmad, you would agree that we did talk to, some have worked with publications, marketing, and different issues. I don't see that in this proposal here, and I would like a fair opportunity to have the other companies just do their presentation as well. Maybe we could do a study session and then take it to vote so we can see, other than just numbers, scope of services of each company and what we're paying.
Thank you,
Council
Roger.
Chair.
Hang on, you can have an opinion. You can have an opinion.
I just want to respond to that. I'm not saying anything.
I did touch base.
I don't want to thank Corp Council. We met a few times, and actually he met with me with I guess the winning bid. This guy we met with in person. One other person we met over Zoom or over video, but it does show the scope of services. But again, it's whatever you pay for. We're not looking for something like a huge campaign that's gonna go all over the country. We're just looking for a social media campaign. We're trying to work with our own budget.
100%.
Our Corp Council, he has different views, but that view is gonna cost us thousands of dollars, which is at this time with the city budget, I don't think we're capable to do right now. So I would say, let's just start with somebody at least. We'll see. We're gonna, try the first video, see what happens. We can go from there.
Thank you so much. Roger, thank you for your opinion. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman, congratulations on your first bid.
Thank you, Council.
You're welcome. I didn't mean to slam that so hard, guys. All right, next up, we have 7D, Director Conrad Bid Award, Street and Sidewalk Repair Contract 2024-2026.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman Breyer.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for concrete street and sidewalk repair to Luigi Fernande and Son Cement Company in the amount of $1,141,80,849.20 and authorize the controller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. This contract will be for the 2024, 2025, 2026 construction season with the option to extend to the 2027 construction season at the city council's discretion. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract, the comptroller and treasurer to issue payments as outlined in 7B. And of all the bids received, this was the lowest.
Thank you so much. A motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Yes. So I got a few phone calls from contractors regarding this contract. And one was a company that's worked for the city for years, pretty much told me that the contract itself was missing so many items that they couldn't bid them out. They didn't know where the manholes, how deep the manholes, how many stacks they were supposed to, how thick, or anything, and it's just, they didn't have time to bid it. And I just want to know that, Councilwoman Breyer here said it's the lowest bid. The lowest bid's not always the best bid. As you could see, the quality that we got with the concrete work last year from the city, the contractors the city had, everything's peeling. So I just want Mr. Conrad, if he's
He's right in front of you.
oh, Mr. Conrad, how are you?
Very good.
So this bid, was there items missing on the,
No,
nothing was,
so this is not your typical contract that, we have specific locations for repair. These are items that are damaged during water main breaks, storm damage from trees where, sidewalk would get uplifted. We get a call that there is a failing catch basin or manhole and the pavement settling, so that's why there isn't, how many stacks of bricks, because they're as needed. And this is over a 3-year period, this contract. So I, have maybe, 50 to 70 locations now for water main breaks and service repairs. But I mean, this contract is going to serve way more than 70 locations. So it's an as need contract. The items are listed in there, so that when we need those items, they'll have them. And the quantities that are on the contract are basically an average of what we encounter each year, multiplied by 3 years. So, I mean, if a contractor is looking for, a job, a spec with specific locations and quantities, this is not his contract. He shouldn't be bidding on this. This is, an as need. But we had over 100 looks at the contract. I mean, 100 people downloaded this contract. We got 11 bids. So, I mean, it's not the contract for everybody to bid,
Right.
That's a lot. Thank you.
So another question for you, Director. Have you ever worked with this company before in the city?
I have not, but I do have friends that have. I talked to a friend last week, when I found out who the low bid was. He did work with them in Livonia 2 years ago. Last year, he did work with them in Farmington and in Romulus. He said they do good work. They get in, they get out. The project he said they did in Romulus was a $800,000 contract that they took care of in like 3 months. And he didn't have anything bad to say about him. He said, if they did have a couple small issues, they were right there to correct them.
Okay. Thank you.
He said they've been in business 30 years also.
Sounds good.
While you're up here, a little off topic. And we're almost in May. The phone call started. My tree. We're in budget season. I know that we have a company that we hired that you said is from Sterling Heights, but they're the best and they're amazing and they're gonna do 1, 2, 3. And we have a separate one just that's gonna do all of our tree stumps and it's gonna be great. Right? We were painting this great picture. I'm still kind of feeling like things are still very slow. I know you're lifting your eyebrow and you're like, why don't we do this? Why don't we hire more than just one company? Why don't we have 3 companies so that we're not being delayed because they're out on one block or because of this, they're on this one street? Why don't we have 3 companies contracted with us?
We could. Do you have the money? I mean, I hate to tell you, but I'm over budget now.
Yeah.
And I still got 2 months to go.
Okay, I have one other question for you. Do we have, what's that, Councilwoman?
I agree, we're over budget.
Yeah. I have a question. Do we have a plan with this 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 12-year list? Because 3 years ago, I was told this person is on the list. I'm telling you, I'm not making it up. That person is still on that list. And then we go back and we said, well, we're prioritizing certain areas and certain people and depending on the tree. It's not an answer. And it's not a good answer. I know this is not the time to do it, but I am going to be bringing this up in my closing remarks. And I want to move forward. I want to have a solution to this. I don't want to hear I'm already over budgeted because that's not a solution. And you know what we need to do, Mayor? We need to find out more money to go be able to help out our residents instead of just saying, I can't help you, or I can't trim your tree, or I can't take down your tree.
I agree.
But they're dead trees and residents, our lives could be potentially in danger from branches falling to smashing window, because I have pictures, right? Or every time there's a big storm that swings over, you got a branch flying to the other side or being ripped out of the ground because the roots are dead. Why are we putting ourselves in jeopardy? Why are we putting ourselves in danger? Why aren't we being proactive? So I know this isn't the time to do it because we're about to vote on this, but I want you to know moving forward, you're going to be hearing from me a lot on this issue. And I'm not going to be quiet on this no more. It's like the blight in the city and it's also the tree issue in our city. Some of these trees are 2, 3, 4, 500 years old and they're not being maintained or they're dead. I mean, it's insane.
We can do a video on it too if you.
We are going to do a video on it. Sorry, I'm very emotional on this tree because I've gotten over 100 phone calls this week from the same people from last year telling me, hey, this is the year. I have a text right now that I haven't answered the guy in the last 4 days and I love clearing up all my notifications, but I can't read this because the show, I read it. But I'm avoiding this person for the last 2 years because I have nothing to tell him about his tree other than next year, in the fall, in the spring, in the fall. I can't answer anymore. One of the reasons why former council chairman Dave Abdullah didn't run was because he was constantly being told a different thing or nothing was being done.
Council Chair,
Councilman Wenzel.
the tree, I was gonna bring up the tree in my remarks there too, but I think we should look into, our tree ordinance where it allows a resident to remove a perfectly healthy tree on city property. On Parker Street, 1 block away from me, they went like 3 blocks and must have removed at least 10 trees, 10 at least. And I got calls from residents, why are they removing that tree? It's perfectly healthy. And I know these trees. And it's because of our tree ordinance, we allow a resident to pay for a tree to be removed on the city property between the sidewalk and the street. If we just concentrated on trees that needed to be removed because of disease or a dead tree or bad branches, I think we'd have a lot more time to take care of the important issues instead of having a tree removed that someone just doesn't like on.
Thank you, Councilman. All right. Any other comments on 7B on the sidewalk repair contract? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Next up, we got reports from mayor, reports from city officials, IT Director Cooper, Microsoft 365 license increase.
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the licensing increase for the city's current contract with SHI for Microsoft 365 that will end February 2025 to step up 30 GI licenses to G3 versions and add extra plan 1 for all users while adding enterprise mobility and security for most laptops. Funding will be broken down in the following manner as outlined in 9A.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Constant, second by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Council Chair.
Oh.
Is this that was a 30,000? Is that an increase of 30,000 or?
We've already paid, we're entering our 3rd year of our contract. We've already paid it because you have to prepay it. This is an increase for our final year of our third
An
year
increase of 30,000 for how long?
till February of 2025.
So a little bit less than a year.
Yep. And it's actually a little bit cheaper now because it's based on time. I've got an updated quote for them. So it actually is cheaper because now when I got the quote, it was 12 months. Technically, we're now at 11 months with it. I've actually got the quote where it's actually a little bit cheaper because
Can you give me
it's
that number?
per month. Yeah. So
What's that final number?
27.
Okay. Madam
Council
Clerk,
Chair.
let that reflect that.
Can, this new, higher technology or whatever, that's like, shoot, right here. And, but can we get something that we can read our emails on our phone?
Yeah, I can read my emails on my phone.
Can you?
Yeah,
He was told me he was going to transfer them to our phone.
No, you can.
Can you
That's the
originally told me
Microsoft
that.
365. You want to use the Microsoft Outlook application. And that's kind of what this is, these increases is to actually provide more security. Multi-factor authentication is coming and this is something that's gonna help.
Can you help me
ease with
set that up so I can
Have
get
that on your city phone?
Not a problem. Let's make an
Alright.
appointment.
Yeah, I can help you too, by the way.
No,
It's literally put your email address into the Microsoft Outlook application and it sets itself up.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director.
Next up, we have Council Chairman Pro Tem Ahmad on Charter Section 5.15.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council receive, know, and file the mayoral appointments of department heads in accordance with section 5.15 of the city charter as outlined in 9-B.
support. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I have, just two, maybe questions to the mayor. Mayor, Mr. Deep doesn't have to be on this list? Isn't he a director?
Council Chair,
Yep, Mayor, thank you for following that.
and in my pleasure. He's a city engineer, not a director.
So he's not a director of his department? And, are we gonna do something about the emergency director? Aren't we supposed to amend the budget to make him full-time or?
It's already in the budget.
Yeah, but we haven't amended the budget. Remember,
I
I sent you that?
understand, but he's still the director, but we requested an amendment. It's gonna be in the budget, request.
Yeah,
For
and the
next
new
year.
request
Yeah.
for the next year.
What
This
about
year,
this
though, we
year?
have to amend it because we've been paying him as full-time.
But we have money for the budget.
You're saying you still have the money in the budget to pay him
From
full-time
last
even though
year.
it
Yeah, for
was,
this current year.
you don't want to, so you don't want to come before us and ask us to say amend it?
Well, there's raises that we want to also propose, but you guys requested to wait for the budget. For your request, Council Chair.
Yeah, Mayor, this isn't what I'm talking about. His position is full-time.
No, I understand, but there's one, but we made a bunch of adjustments, then you guys said wait for the budget.
And that's not what, you're talking, I'm talking. What I'm saying is,
It will be specific to, and I'll do it, Council Chair.
all right, I'm gonna be a
Send me
little
an
more
email
specific.
and.
Yeah, no,
spell
I'm
that
not
out.
gonna be hostile today. Listen, I love you, man. We're not gonna be hostile. You're a good
Not
man.
hostile.
You're a good man.
I'm being.
I know. Hang on. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna tell it to you. You ready?
No, just send me a request, Council
Well,
Chair.
I'm gonna say it to you real quick. We're not gonna go, we're gonna talk about it real quick. So, and I respectfully mean this, by the way, Mayor. I do. I really respectfully mean it. The position, and Roger, please chime in if you'd like. The position was part-time. It was actually came before us to switch it to part-time. I get that there's still money that's in there that can cover the full-time salary to the end of the year. I'm comprehending what the mayor's saying. However, the position was that we voted to switch it to part-time when Lee Gavin was there. And then Lee Gavin retired, and then we had, fill me in with his name again. Bob Ancroft filled in as part-time. We hired Mr. Farhat, and we said this position is gonna be full-time. I sent an email, Mayor, thank you so much. Congratulations. This is a great appointment. Just make sure you bring it back to us so we can change it and do a budget amendment, making sure that it's a full-time position. I get that the 45,000 or the 50,000 or the 20,000 is still in there to cover enough, even though we're paying them for full-time. I comprehend that. You still have to come before the body and say, hey, I'm switching it to a full-time position. Because now what you're saying is, well, I just rolled it into this new budget. Yeah, great. You rolled it into this new budget. It doesn't tell me that you're switching this position from part-time to full-time. It's all combined into one. We haven't even gotten to that one. So all I'm saying is, just avoid the headache. Throw it on there. I don't see anybody that's gonna say no on it. All we're asking is just proper policy and procedure.
Council Chair,
Yes.
again, I followed your instructions. I did put it out for an amendment and you guys said,
No,
no, bring
you
it.
put other, you never put,
Not that one individually, but I put all the other stuff that you.
I know, and we said no to it.
Okay, you want one individually? I'll put it in as individually.
Thank you so much. And can you bring that one to us so that we can vote on it in the next meeting?
You guys can do an amendment now because you guys do suspend the rules.
We're not gonna do that, Mayor. Just bring it over.
Just say.
All right?
Council Chair.
Council Chair,
Yeah, guys. Councilman
I'm not-
Saab is first and
I'm
Councilman.
not done yet.
Oh, you're still talking?
We're still talking.
Wow.
So Council Chair, I brought this forward because I wanted to be, not in violation of section 5.15 of the city charter. We're supposed to go over this, the date was supposed to be April 15th. And, that's why my second was to the mayor that aren't you supposed to, bring in the corporation council appointment and the assessor appointment to the city council for approval?
This Council Chair,
Mayor, thank you again.
no problem, my pleasure. The assessor is a contract. So it's a separate contract that you guys approved, I believe, a couple of years ago.
Correct, but prepared the city charter, section 5.15. You want me to read the section 5.15? Except otherwise providing this charter, all department heads and members of the commissions on board of the city government, whether the same be established by this charter or by an act of council, shall be appointed by the mayor. The names of such appointees shall be certified in writing to the city clerk on or before the third Monday in April, following each regular biennial city election, and at such other times as may be required to fill vacancies or to replace any head of a department or member of a commission or board who shall have been removed from office, provided, however, that the corporation council and the assessor shall be appointed by the mayor, and such appointment shall not be effective until confirmed by a majority of the city council.
Council Chair,
Yes, Mayor, thank you again.
no problem, my pleasure. So again, we have a contract for the assessor that you guys approved. So if you guys want it on here, we'll put it on, but you guys approved it as a contract because that position is contract position.
And Council Chair, under Chair, may I?
Hang on one second.
Council.
Yes. Councilwoman,
We asked,
Special legal counsel.
well, hang on one second before I honor that, but Councilman, are you done? I'm done. I'm gonna let the mayor go first, then Roger, and if you'd like to say things based on the request.
Or the mayor and Roger wouldn't speak.
Okay, then I'm gonna let the mayor finish, you, Roger, the councilwoman, and then our special legal counsel. So Mayor, I'm gonna let you go first.
I already said it, Council Chair. It
Okay,
was in the contract, but if you guys want it on here, I'll put it on at the next
thank
meeting.
you.
What about the corporation council, if the assessor that way?
Where does it say that in fact, when you look at under 5.5 duties of the city clerk, under section 5.5 F, it says, she shall give the proper officials of the city ample notice of the expiration or termination of any official bonds, franchises, contracts, agreements, and terms. That's not been done. And that would be a prerequisite to what you're saying in 5.15.
So which
And I'm
one are you
saying
reading?
that, I'm looking under 5.5 duties of the city clerk.
Mhm.
And I've not seen anything that should have been January, February should have been brought up. If anything's expiring to renew any clauses. So 5.15 is not in a vacuum. It's in conjunction with 5.5. And I think that how the process, and last year we ran into the same problem when I started, that we had a number of the expiration terms had not been done. So we had to catch up, and the clerk's office eventually did that, but I've not seen that. I think the last thing we saw was October, November of last year, or even before that. So I think looking at this and putting this together, before you go for expiration of the terms, you have to have notice. And which ones are expiring, which ones are up, and they're not all at the same time.
Thank you, Roger. Councilman Saab, you were next.
So I see this list. I also had concerns. So what about the directors at the police department? Why aren't they on here?
If you're looking at the director, I look at the duties of the duties of the mayor under 5.3. The mayor shall have the power of appointment and removal over all directors, controller, commissions, and boards which are in charge of the several departments of the city. It doesn't say a time frame for this. In fact, under provision of the charter, the mayor shall be the chief administrative and executive head of the city. He shall be, and that's gives him the exercise of the city powers conferred.
Right.
And the powers under A, B, C, D, J, the responsible shall, you word is shall, not may, shall be responsible for the efficient administration of all departments of the city government and shall allocate all space, various departments of the city.
So
The directors fall under that. In fact, that's what part of what the lawsuit that we're involved in, without getting into details, is the power of the mayor to appoint the directors, which not directorships per se, directors.
Okay.
And I'm talking a lot.
All right. So my thing is I'm following is the directors that are listed within the charter, not directors you just make up. So if there's directors that are in here that we're paying, they're not on here, and you got to concur with council. These are positions that are not part of the charter. So,
But every position is part of the charter. And
okay, I'd like to make a director of the chambers.
if you want, like you set up a
Okay, Roger, hang on. No,
I
one second,
apologize.
please, point of order. I
This
asked
is
you
an
to go
honest
through the
question.
chair.
I was responding to Council Chair.
Hang on. Councilwoman Malewski Maxwell, I'm gonna have you go next.
I was gonna say, we need to hear from.
Special legal counsel, please. I'm
Special
gonna have you
counsel.
brief us in this on real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roger, we're not having a debate. And please, Gary, I don't want to have this as a back and forth.
Well, I'll try not to, at the same time to inform you.
Yes, inform the
I need to inform you.
Yes,
Basically, there's a real inconsistency with what has been stated with respect to the city clerk is supposed to inform everyone of what is in the city charter. The city charter specifically states under section 5.15D, unless a definite term of office is specified in the charter for the head of any department of this city government, such department head or heads shall hold office at the discretion of the mayor, provided, however, that no officer, which is a more expansive term, shall continue to hold office after the third Monday in April following the regular biannual city election, unless he shall be reappointed to a new term. That specifically states that anyone who is an appointed officer must be reappointed. And with respect to the corporation council and the city assessor, their appointments by the, sections 5.13 and sections 5.14, as well as section 5.15A, must be approved by a majority of the council. And so it's very clear that the council is a body. Majority of the council must approve both the city assessor and the corporation council. With regard to the city assessor, the contract that exists, which I wrote the original and any of the amendments to, basically states that if there is an issue with respect to reappointing the city assessor, the contract shall terminate. So it is made to basically make sure that everyone is in compliance with the city charter. So I know that there was some issue. Anthony Fuoco and his company is the company, or was his company. His daughter's Kim Comer, who is supposed to be transitioning to take care of things. I'm not sure what they worked out, but one of them should be reappointed to comply with section 5.14 of the charter, as well as to comply with section 5.15 of the charter. And then with respect to, I just need to comment on one thing that Councilman Saab said. All the other department heads, other than Corp Council and the city assessor, they don't have to end up being approved by you. The mayor has the right to appoint them. Obviously, however, if you don't provide for a budget for them, then the mayor can't pay them, right? So that's where you have some control and input with regard to this. But the corporation council and the city assessor, you clearly have the ability to decide what ends up happening in terms of that appointment. So hopefully I've covered everything that.
thank you so much. And I want to make things very clear. I can tell you myself, I'm very, very proud and happy with our city assessor's office. I think Kim does a phenomenal job. She's very informative. I see her staring out there, sitting in the back. There has never been a time where I've called her, even outside of city of Dearborn Heights, things like it's happening in, a different city. She was responsive. Oh, I know, the assessor in that city. So she's a huge asset to Dearborn Heights. At least for myself, I can say that for myself. And I know the rumor once upon a time, somebody said, Mo Beydoun doesn't want the city assessor here. That is definitely not true. Just stating it for the record while she's here one more time. Whoever told her that is a liar and a coward. Thank you.
Council Chair.
I don't know who that person is, but I want them to know if they're sitting at home watching this, they're a liar.
Council Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. It says there shall be a corporation council under 5.13 who shall be appointed by the mayor subject, however, to the approval and consent of the council, and he shall be and remain in good standing. It does require the council, as it says here in the chart.
Does require the council? Yes.
Yes. So I don't know what Mr. Yago said. Does require
Miyake
the
just said the
council.
same thing.
And no, he didn't. And the issue of the assessors under a contract, and it's a contract service that's here. So I think that how I disagree with whatever Mr. Miyake said, just like I disagreed with his summary of the amending the charter with an ordinance motion as we went through September through December. I disagree with his interpretation of this or what he just claimed. And I don't think that's how you can ignore that the fact that the clerk has to, by obligation, notify any commissions or any expiration Otherwise, it gives meaningless teeth and wording to what's itemized in 5.5 duties of the city clerk.
Thank you so much. This is the last part. Gary, I'm gonna give you a quick, give us a quick synopsis on if you'd like. Especially we are not going to go back and forth. This is it. Wrap it up.
Any sort of contract that is entered into is subject to the requirements of the city charter or it's void. So therefore, with respect to the city assessor contract, you can't just end up having a contract and somehow or other that ends up basically superseding the city charter. Secondly, I did say that this, the corporation council appointment has to end up being approved by this honorable body. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Special legal counsel.
Real quick, Gary.
Do you have 5.5? Can you tell me more about whatever Corp Counsel said?
I don't have it in front of me, but my opinion with respect to that would be that that would not make a difference because section 5.15 would supersede anything having to do with that. And everyone, including the Corp Council, especially the Corp Council, should understand the requirements of section 5.15 and the interplay of that with the rest of the city charter. In other words, you can't say, oh, well, geez, I wasn't made aware of this, even though it is plainly stated in section 5.15 of the charter. As a matter of fact, it's redundant in basically saying you read subsection A. It's redundant with respect to saying this, and you continue, and it's redundant in B, subsection B, subsection C, and then of course subsection D. Again, no officer shall continue to hold office after the third Monday in April following the regular biannual election unless he shall be reappointed to a new term. Again, in C, it basically says that basically, let's make sure I have this. No, it's probably B, I'm sorry. Within the time, and he shall honor before the last day file with the city clerk specifying statement specifying the appointment or appointments which he has been unable to make and set forth the reasons thereof, and such appointment or appointment shall be made and certified at a later date or date, but not later than in the first Monday in May of the same year. But the mayor didn't comply with that section or that subsection, so there's no extension that's given. Technically speaking, right now, the corporation council is not the corporation council, and unfortunately, the city assessor wouldn't be considered to be the city assessor. So, and frankly, my advice would be that you insist on this being taken care of. And if it's not, then you need to exercise some greater authority. If you feel that you're going to end up having no problem with the city assessor, for example, then maybe ask the mayor if he's reappointing or appointing whoever as the city assessor. If you might do that for the Corp Council. Well, again, it comes down to your vote, and you may want to take these issues separately. Thank you.
Council Chair, we can.
Hang on 1 second, guys. Hey, Roger, we're not going back and forth.
No, I don't want
Please
to
stop.
agree with you.
Thank you.
May I suggest something?
We ask Madam Clerk maybe to inform the administration on record that they are in violation of city charter and those two positions are expired now. Please go ahead.
You are in violation of City Charter 5.15, according to what was presented at the meeting. And if you want to, you can suspend the rules if something's offered to you. City Council, if the mayor provides you with that information.
You can, Council Chair, may I please? You guys suspend the rules for something that is like irrelevant. This is critical for city operations. You bring a has-been attorney that was fired by the city.
Point of order, come on.
I'm just saying, he has been fired.
Point of order, point of order. Mayor,
Was not
I said I don't want to get hostile.
I know, Council Chair, but
Point of order.
this is a
Refrain
true
from
fact.
using those words.
Council
please.
Chair,
He was not-
Councilman.
Don't talk
Russo.
about personnel things. Roger, speak to him, Roger.
Well,
You know,
You want me to say, I was,
Okay, well.
on the 5.5 duties of
Roger,
the
that's what
city.
we're talking about. The mayor's speaking.
Can I-
Point of order. I didn't give you the permission.
Oh, okay.
Please,
Just let me know when you want me.
All I'm asking you is to please give him legal advice, like you give us legal advice anytime we don't like something.
Okay, I'm not saying, let the attorney answer.
No, Mayor, go ahead. Continue.
No.
I mean, that's a good answer.
He just
That's a good
referred to
answer.
me, so may I respond, Council Chair?
If you're gonna be talking about 5.15, I don't want to talk.
I think this is something significant that needs us to do a written opinion. I will give you a written opinion.
You would
on
send it
the
out
issue.
for, you would send it out for a different opinion to make sure
What's
that your
that?
opinion. All I wanna do is, Mayor, can we suspend the rules, add them, and let's just vote on them?
Go ahead.
That's it.
Let's do. It's up to you.
That's it.
Do you wanna, do you have, are you gonna, the same people you're appointing?
Yeah,
Same people?
they're still here. Both of them are here.
I know, all
The
we're
contract is
saying
being
is,
changed to your name, or are you changing the contract to your name or staying in Tony's name?
It's,
please step up to the
We,
podium.
yeah, we can't hear you.
Hello. As far as I know how the contract was written when Gary and I worked it up the last time, it was set up to have the company as the contract holder. And so that's same, nothing's changed. And then it had language in there for Tony would be the appointed assessor until such time as I took over. And so I took over in like 19. So I think even the last contract, I think I was the only person put on there. Tony hasn't been on there for a few years now.
We're good, no changes now.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be anything different. Hopefully they'll just appoint me and everything will be fine.
Yeah, and listen, this is specifically making sure that the power is with the council. This has nothing to do with you. This is nothing personal. But letting the administration ultimately know that this council body makes the decision. And that's it. For those who are at home, this is not, we're gonna suspend the rules if that's okay. Anybody want to suspend the rules?
You have a motion
I'm sorry, we have a motion on the table
for the directors.
for the direct.
So let's finish the motion first.
Well, you,
It's
okay.
not on file for the directors.
So receive no file. Do you want us to still take a vote on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, you have.
Do a roll call on it.
Council Chair,
No, individual.
We don't need a vote on it,
Council
receive
Chair.
no file, correct?
Yes, yes, just to.
just say.
Council Chair.
Council Chair. Yeah, go ahead.
While we're on this topic, before we vote on, move away, for sake of transparency, certain departments of the city are under the microscope from the residents. And under this, 9B, it states that, reappoint, Jared Hart as the police chief. I think the residents should know, maybe the administration can answer this question. Is he still employed? Is he still getting paid? What about interim Chief Swope? Is he getting paid chief's pay? For sake of transparency, people want to know what our police department right now is, like I said, under the microscope. I think it'd be really nice if we come clean to the residents exactly what's going on with our police department.
Council Chair.
Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, to clarify, Department of Justice that we brought to the city, okay, because of the issues that was going on before we got here, okay, with the police department. Okay, the Department of Justice was requested by the administration and the police chief because of his acquaintance with one of people from the DOJ. They came with, they volunteered to help us save the city millions of dollars under consent decree if it was declared by the DOJ. So they're here, they're not under a microscope. They're actually doing an amazing job. They're actually doing a lot of great things.
The question is he still working with us?
Chief is working with us. I don't
Let's
know.
talk about the chief, Mayor.
Well, no, he asked microscope, so.
No, that's
under
microscope by the
microscope.
residents.
As a resident.
By the residents.
Well, okay, but I'm just letting you know that Department of Justice is here with us. Actually, they were here on Monday.
Great.
And
Is
they're here
he still
this
working
week.
with us?
Yes,
That's it. There's your
And-
answer.
well, actually,
Is it,
But-
he's getting paid regular salary?
well, he's a chief, obviously.
You have an injunction by the federal court that you are not to interfere with any of the appointment, the
He
chief
asked a
and the two
question.
directors. Now, I will respond.
Roger, do me a favor, please help the chair. Point of order.
I'm asking you, Council.
I'm not honoring it, please.
Council Chair, can the mayor
Right.
answer the questions? I think,
You want to have the mayor answer the question?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Mayor.
mean,
I
I
did.
refer the question to you.
The chief is at the police station.
Yes, there you go. Councilor, he said the chief's there. That's it. It's done.
Okay. is he I mean, just for transparent, is he acting chief right now?
No, he's the chief.
He is
Chief
the
Hart
chief.
is the chief. Why would he be
Okay.
acting chief?
Well, I know because Kevin Swope was chief, interim chief for a while. He's not anymore?
No, the chief
Okay.
Hart is the
Okay,
chief.
okay.
The word is
That's it.
apropos.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Council
you.
Chair, may I just have,
Roger, I don't want to, guys, please, we got to vote on here.
That's it.
I'm not, I'd like a
Roger,
chance.
please.
No,
Roger, please,
Council-
I'm not doing it. Please, I'm not doing it. We have a
No,
vote right here to
but-
just move forward. I don't want to hear about the injunction. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not an injunction. What I'm talking about
Roger,
is.
please, please.
All in favor, please state aye.
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 What are we voting now?
Oh, no.
The notes on
Receive
file.
on file of the directors.
Yes, receive no file for the directors. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Madam
Ready?
Clerk, please take roll call.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
No.
Mo Beidun,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
and Tom Wenzel.
No.
Motion defeated.
This is.
The note on file appeals.
This is.
But, Council.
Guys, you know,
There's no file. There's nothing.
It's just that you don't concur.
I know, this, I'm gonna call legal counsel back up here real quick. Council Chair.
Council Chair, there's one, Council
Hang
Chair,
on, guys,
Council Chair, there is one
Roger,
corporation
I'm-
council. You
Roger.
keep
I said
disrespecting
special
me,
legal
Council
counsel.
Chair.
I
But
said special
I'm
legal.
putting it
counsel.
on the record. No, you did
Thank
not
you.
say special.
Special legal, I did.
No,
I'm gonna
and
call
and
special-
you've
Okay,
ignored
I'm sorry,
five point
Roger.
one
Point of
five.
order.
And I give me a chance to
Point of
speak.
order, point of order,
No.
Roger, please,
You've
please.
not given me a
Point
chance
of
to
order,
respond.
please, Roger. If you let somebody speak for once,
I
the
have.
council chair pro tem, please stop interrupting. Council chair pro tem said
Special legal. counsel.
special legal counsel. That's it. Question. I just want to make sure that this was just defeated. I don't know why, but it was just defeated. And does that mean we are not concurring with the directors? Like, what does that mean?
Well, basically, I think what it does is it says we're not taking any chance that we're concurring in the directors. So I see no harm in what you did, and frankly, I don't think it changes any of the effect of the mayor's appointments. His appointments are still effective because they don't require your concurrence.
All right, thank you so much.
Only the ones that were.
Thank you, Council.
Corporation counsel, Roger, not special legal counsel, Gary Miyake.
Council, there's one corporation council.
Yes, you
Not
are the
two.
one corporation counsel.
But you're treating it as if there's two. But in any case,
All right,
If you look
we
at-
don't feel the love from you, that's all.
Council, I love you. I care about you.
Council Chair.
My heart.
to be technical,
5.1,
Go back to the
5.15.
charter.
Point of order, Councilman. Roger speaking.
Thank you,
See
Council.
that what I just did there?
Thank you.
I love
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad more than anybody on this council, but I still knew that I had the point of order.
You're,
that you
you were
could.
very fair.
Yeah, I wish you could be that way.
I will try my best to emulate you. Under A, except as otherwise provided in this charter, all department heads and members of the commissions and boards of the city government, whether the same be established by this charter or by an act of council, shall be appointed by the mayor. Now, the names of such appointees shall be certified in writing to the city clerk on or before the third Monday in April, following each biennial city election, keeping in mind what we read before about the duties of the city clerk. At such other times, and this is for the commissions, the boards of the city government established by the charter. However, when you go to the corporation council and the assessor, it says shall be appointed by the mayor, and such appointment shall not be effective until confirmed by a majority of the city council, which has been done. It does not distinguish or separate and tie them in. There's a distinction between the first commissions and boards of the city government, which falls under the first April and third, not the corporation council nor the assessor.
Thank
And
you.
I'm trying to, that's why I was going to give an opinion.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much. Thank you so much. Now, does anybody want to suspend the rule and make sure that we have?
I'd like to suspend the rules.
Yeah,
Council Chair.
let's just suspend the-
Support. And,
Motion made to suspend the rules
and
and
make,
two separate.
two separate motions.
That was a motion suspended by Councilman Ahmad, Chairman Pro Tem Ahmad, and Councilman Constant.
I just need, what's a legal name for the assessors in the contract? Anthony Oyoko.
Please step up to the.
Yeah, if you-
Roll call. There's one corporation council. I'm so sorry, Gary. I'm gonna let either our corporation council Roger, or I'm gonna have
I'm just standing up here to make sure that there's clarity on the motions.
in the mic, please.
I'm just trying to make sure that there's going to be clarity on the motions. And with respect to the motion having to do with this would be purely, it would not involve an appointment of the company, since the company is already in place with respect to the services. It would only have to deal with the actual assessor.
So Council Chair, I understand that Ms. Miyake has
Excuse me, one second.
prepared
Go
these.
through, Council Chair, please. I ask you from this.
Yes, Council Chair, I'm talking to you, Council.
I know, and then I will grant them the permission, Councilwoman. Please.
I'm asking you, Council Chair.
No, you said Council Chair and you just started talking.
Okay, sorry.
This is Robert's Rules of Order. These are not Mulvey Dunes Rules of Order. Councilman Constant, do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you.
Council Chair. It
Councilor,
appears that Mr. Miyake has given advice to prepare these resolutions that are being voted on in suspension. And I would say that's contrary to ethical rules, that he's interfering with the client and my performance of my job, and I'm putting him on official notice.
Thank you.
That I'm tired of this. I've documented from June of last year to the current time where you've constantly been giving advice to the board contrary to my advice and interfering with my performance of my duties as corporation counsel.
Thank you so much.
Do I need to say anything or not?
I'd refer you, I'd ask you
Okay.
don't. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor, please, point of order, no more of that. And if you want to speak, please turn on your mic. Okay, Councilman.
So I'd like to,
Suspending the rules first.
we did already.
No, we didn't vote on it.
To consider.
Confirmation with the mayor appointments.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
So for which appointment?
This is for the suspension.
Just suspending the rules.
Yes.
Motion to suspend the rules on the mayor's appointment. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Now that the rules are suspended, we're gonna be adding two new line items. Correct, Madam Clerk? What are they gonna be?
For the first one,
What letters are they gonna be?
nine C,
Well, no, what are this be? 9C,
yeah, and nine.
9D?
No.
The suspension needs a one line.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. And
So nine C and D.
9C and D. So there's gonna be two new motions on this agenda. Man, I thought this was gonna be short. 9C and 9D. What is 9C?
So nine C, I would say that the Dearborn Heights City Council confirm with the mayor's appointment of the current assessor,
Kimberly Comer? Yeah.
Kimberly Comer.
Okay, you got that, Madam Clerk? Mayor, do you wanna make the motion? Or you wanna tell us what your motion is? I know you can't make the motion. I said, you wanna give us recommendation on what you want? Is that okay with you? Okay, Mayor's good with that. I think we're doing this so that we're in accordance and
With the charter.
Council Chair, didn't the special legal counsel inform us that we don't have to, the mayor does not have to have approval for these two positions?
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. It is the corporation council and the city assessor have to end up being approved by you.
Okay.
So you have to concur.
it was the directors that doesn't. need
The other people who are listed on the sheet and Mr. Dibb do not need to have confirmation from you. Their appointments are.
Okay, so
effective.
that one is for C. Can you read me for D? Mayor, is that who you want, by the way?
Doing them separate.
You need to vote on it.
No, vote
I'm
on.
just okay, we're voting on, so we can't create the two lines?
One act.
Okay, assessors first. We're still in suspended rules right now. Do we have to get out of do we have, okay, so motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by,
Councilman Constant.
second by Councilman Constant to renew
To confirm
the,
the appointment of
to
Kim
confirm the
Comer as the
appointment.
city assessor.
all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Kimberly, you're 100% back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next up is 9D.
9D, Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council confirm with the mayor appointment of Mr. Roger Farina as corp counsel, City of Dearborn Heights.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad. Seconded.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman
Oh,
Constant?
I thought we were gonna add Ali D.
No, Ali Deeb does not need it. Him and the directors are not needed of appointment. The mayor has the autonomy of doing so.
He's not a director, he's just an engineer.
Yeah,
Add it to the.
yeah. So any other discussion? All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion fails.
Do you want me to do a roll call?
Yeah,
Moby Dune,
no.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Denise Malinowski,
No.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Innocenzo.
No.
Motion defeated.
Okay. Do we have to go out of this, all right, what's the next thing on the agenda? Next up, we have, ordinance and resolutions, Mayor Bazey resolution opposing House Bill 4965. Council Chair. Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution opposing House Bill 4965 and authorize the clerk to certify the resolution and transmit the resolution to State Representatives Aaron Burns and State Representative Hertzberg, Senator Sylvia Santana, and Governor Whitmer as outlined in 11A.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Saab. Mayor, do you want to give a quick synopsis on what this is? I know you sent an email, and I commend you and thank you for bringing this forward.
Yeah, Council Chair.
Turn on your mic, please. Thank you, Mayor.
So this resolution actually has been implemented by several cities, and also townships. What they want to do is send it to all the state senate, state senate and reps as well, trying to get their buy-in on this here, just to show that the cities, they need this PEG money. So a lot of cable companies is gonna put a trend that every one of them is gonna back up, they're gonna back away from giving us PEG money. So that's what this is, just opposing the bill to say, like, we still need it. The cities rely on this PEG money.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have business license renewal.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the business license renewal for Antonio's Cucina Italiana at 26356 Ford Road as outlined in 13-A.
I'm gonna override myself and say that I'm gonna second this one.
Go ahead.
Cause Antonio's is like my favorite spot. I'm going there since I was a kid, so that was absolutely amazing and congratulations to them and all that they do for our great city. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have comments from council members. I'm gonna open this up to our council members. I asked that we be brief. Don't keep in mind that we still have a study session after this meeting, so don't spend an hour or two here talking about all the love you have for the great city of Dearborn Heights. Thank you.
Nice.
Go ahead, Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. I would like to recognize April as Arab American Heritage Month, which is a time to celebrate the rich culture, heritage, and contribution of Arab Americans to our city, community, and country. This month serves as a reminder of the importance of diversity, inclusion, and understanding. Would also like to acknowledge the contribution of several individuals, with whom previous Council Chair Dave Abdullah for all his years of contribution to the city, Councilman Hassan Saab for his passion to serve, evident even in a short period of time, all Arab American city staff, elected officials for their valuable contributions. Finally, I would like to acknowledge our current Council Chair, Mo Baidoun, for the outstanding job he's doing in leading this council body. Despite being the youngest, his leadership is outstanding. Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from council members?
Yes,
Councilman Saab.
Chair, thank you. Council Chair Pro Tem, thank you for the comments. Once again, I want to wish everybody, it is Arab American Heritage Month. Our communities excelled over the decades with Arab Americans in various positions and, just keep rocking it up and keep everything going and the momentum going. Also, I want to make a statement that it's Autism Awareness Month. And over the weekend, Councilman Baidoun, myself, and Councilman Ahmad, we went to Elite Sports where they had an event there, hosting a full day of events for autistic children. They had food, special equipment there for kids that are autistic, and it was an unbelievable event. I want to thank Elite Sports for providing their facility for it, and I think it was Burger One for the food they had, and Al Sayed Meats also for providing service. There's a great event. I also wanna challenge council and our elected official and the mayor and everybody. We gotta do better for our special needs and disabled kids in the city. We don't have no parks, areas where they could play, a swing. We have a swing in the city that's wheelchair accessible. That's not enough. I sit on a DDA in Westland and, I always take pride in the park that we built off of Carlson and Ford Road. That is it was one of the first autistic friendly parks in the Midwest. And we used all the money from it came from the DDA. And I challenge everybody on here to allocate money. We have plenty of property across the city to, to support and recognize the, special need kids in our city and disabled kids, to give them a welcoming area to, to play just like any other kid or any other human should be able to. Also, please clean your manholes in front of your homes. With all the storms and rains we're getting, I see all these streets flooded. When you get a chance, just sweep them up. Doesn't hurt. And, the lawns are growing. And I see ordinances not doing as much as I want them to do, but cut your lawns. It keeps the city looking good. Thank you.
Hi, Baba.
Chair.
All right. Councilwoman Breyer.
I'm afraid that I was confused when we were doing 9B. And that I'm gonna have to switch my vote from a no to a yes.
Under what?
9B.
I don't know which one that is.
That changes the outcome.
No, it wasn't D.
9B, I'm sorry, B like boy.
B.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other comments, Councilwoman?
That'll be an appointment or announcements. Yeah, I have an announcement.
Well, we're not at an announcement yet. We're at council.
That's all I got left.
Well, go ahead, let her. she
Well,
said
no,
she was up. Go ahead.
finish this, we'll do announcements.
Well, we don't have another meeting before the Orthodox Easter of May 5th, so I want to wish those of the Orthodox faith happy and blessed Easter. Christos Anasti. I hope we can start getting along and having these meetings run smoother, though. I was chair for a little while, and easier said than done. And regarding the appointments, very difficult. I wasn't prepared for the vote regarding the city attorney, but I voted my conscience, and that's it.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, are you all set there?
Well said.
Couple of things that I have here, guys. The weather's breaking, a lot of speeding. Please be careful in the neighborhoods while you're have your windows down and you got these vehicles loud screaming up and down the road. Not that I'm this big, tough, buff guy, but the car that drove by my house on Sunday hadn't heard an earful from me. I tried taking his key. He probably would have beat me up. But my voice sounded, I think, the way I was able to echo my voice. I got a little scared. Everybody slowed down and felt really tough. But, I didn't, obviously violence is not the way to go. And I wasn't trying to be confrontational. But look, at the end of the day, I have two children. My son is now playing outside. The car that flies away or zooms right by, my son could be potentially, or any other child. So I say that, just be careful. Have the conversation with your children. Keep in mind that sometimes I was once there. Everybody was once there. We all speed. Some of us have anchor legs. The Councilman Wenzel. But I ask that you just be vigilant, be alert. That's number one. Number two, trees. I know I spoke on this a little bit. I don't know what the solution here, Mayor, is. But if maybe you can say every council member's got 5 trees that DPW you will honor and ask them to go out and take a look at for us. But we need to either sit down, figure it out. I don't know if I'm gonna have to call for a study session, but the tree issue is driving me bonkers. At this point, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start just picking up the phone and saying, hang on, I'm gonna add the mayor to the call. Mayor, hey, John Doe's on the phone. But I don't wanna do that. So what I'm asking is please let's come up with something. Secondly, I know I've asked about this since 2020 and 2021, or even since 2018. I know that some council members have asked about this, but we need to really do an independent study on our flooding in our city. If we see another 100-year storm, which is no longer considered a 100-year storm because we're seeing it so repetitively, we're gonna start seeing more damages to our homeowners and our residents. We need to figure something out. I just watched a video from the council president in Dearborn, Michael Serini, who came out there and talked about the great things that Dearborn is doing to help prevent
some of these floodings that they witnessed back in 21 and in 2022. Bless you, Councilman. Thank you. So I ask that we are being proactive on that, and we're not just saying, well, it's not raining, so we're not gonna worry about it. Next up, Elite Sports, Mike Mackey, hosted, with Imagine Health, the Autism of Awareness Fun Party at Elite Sports. This was, an honoring of Fatty, who actually started Imagine Health, who passed away of a heart attack earlier this year. As always, Mr. Mackey opened up his doors, donated everything, made sure that the children and their families had a safe space. And so I thank Mr. Mackey for constantly giving back to the city of Dearborn Heights and the surrounding cities. I also want to recognize Margaret King, who probably wants to beat me up because she texted me a couple of times and I haven't responded, but really she's been on top of her game. She's been reaching and going out, and I will steal her thunder because I'm sure she's going to speak up on it. But she's been meeting with the different superintendents across the city. She sent me some updates that she's doing in Dearborn Heights, at Crestwood, and at D7. This is somebody that's passionate. She's been attending these meetings for a little over 2 years now. And I thank you, Margaret, for constantly showing up and, fighting the good fight. And anytime she sees something, she's emailing it to the council, she's sending me text, she's calling me on it, wanting to meet up, always being proactive. That is somebody that cares about the city. I mean, you see today we honored Frank. Today we're recognizing Margaret King. That's true public service. Sitting up here, putting on the tie, suit, being the mayor, being the council, being the clerk or treasurer. That is true. I mean, we all do our work, but man, when you're doing it without a title, Margaret, I commend you for that. I really do. And my last two things that I have written down over here, three things. Councilman Ahmad, you didn't recognize yourself, your selfless act, and really you are a true leader on this council. A lot of us lean on you. While I used to lean on Councilman, the former council chairman, Ahmad Abdullah, I am now, you see that your name is at the tongue of my tip all the time. I thank you for your services. You're a true role model to this entire body, as all of you are. Angela, who's not with us for events today. Is she online? Thank you. She actually came to my house on Sunday, delivered 12 because Councilman Saab gave me 10 fertilizer. She said, this one's better. And she said, use them both, but mine is much better. So Angela, thank you for showing up and your beautiful white Charger and dropping that off. That was great. And lastly, Roger, I'm going to tell you how I feel as a person. I respect you truly and you mean the world to me. Kind of like Councilman Constant, I voted with my heart. I was also didn't expect that today, but I can tell you like something I've told you many times. Feel like you forget your role and your vital role that we want to lean on to you. But I think you can see that this council today voted because they don't feel that they can lean on you because you're always opposing this council or always going in favor of the administration or specifically the mayor's special counsel or the mayor's council particularly, because that's at least how I feel. Now, I'm entitled to that feeling. And you can tell me otherwise, but seeing today that you told Councilman Wenzel that he couldn't give an opinion, but last week, which I'll pull up the video for you, you said that the mayor has his first amendment right, and you cannot take that away. He has a right to say what he wants. And I respect you for that. But I ask that you defend us just as equally. And I don't feel that in the last year, I have not felt that. So that's where my decision on my vote last went today.
Council, I'll just say your vote is in violation of the federal injunction.
Thank you so much,
for
Roger.
doing that, but I will take my act.
Roger, come on, Roger, please. I know you don't want to follow the rules, but thank you, Roger. I am done there.
Council Chair, you done?
I am done.
Great job.
Finally.
Echo all his points he made there, that's for sure. Thank you. The stop sign issue is so bad. I mean, it is so bad. What are you gonna do? I mean, you can't fine them double because you're not stopping them. All we have to do is kind of reach out to these people and just say, please, obey the stop signs. I mean, they go right through without even touching their brake. I live on a corner with 4 stop signs and not a day goes by where I don't yell at someone. Probably 3 or 4 times, at the top of my lungs because they just go right through the stop sign. Please don't run the stops. Please stop like everyone else does. It's just, I can't see why people seem so entitled just to run through a stop sign. It just boggles my mind. But until they hit someone or cause some damage, then they'll be sorry they did. And
this ordinance officer that we approved a month or so ago. Now's the time that we need. It was mentioned a couple of times about the grass and different ordinance.
Please, nothing from the audience.
And we should have had these officers already at least approved and ready to hire by May 1st. I talked to almost all the ordinance officers and other people in the department. They said they need these people. The way it's going now, if this gets on the budget and it's approved and then it's posted and then it's going to be the end of summer before we get these people. So, I mean, I wish we could post it right away and get them hired right away because we need them really bad. If anything in the city, this is not some added on position, creative position that we think we might need. This is something that we 100% definitely need. And the other thing about the trees, well, I mean, we're cutting down way too many trees. I mean, we used to be known as Tree City. Everyone was Tree City. And now we're letting people cut down a healthy tree just as long as they can pay to have it on city property. Trees, without trees, we'd be dead. Because trees create all the oxygen that so we need these trees. And just by cutting them down, I mean, like I said, on one street, you drive down there now, it's like, oh my gosh, it's so bright down this street because they literally cut down 10 big trees down this one street. I mean, I know a lot of them were healthy and then no disease on them or anything. And also coming up on a lighter note, May 4th, we're having our annual Ecorse Creek cleanup, rain garden maintenance at the Richard A. Young Center. Sign up is at 8 a.m. It's a really great family fun activity. It's gardening, weed pulling, spreading mulch, planting plants. Really a really cool event. There's equipment provided, gloves, snacks, food at the end, a barbecue at the end. Allow food to be available. And it's a really fun event. We're looking for sponsors. You can go on my Facebook page and there's a list of the information you need to sponsor if you want, or if you want to sign up to help us with the project. It's a really great, you get a free t-shirt with all the sponsors' names on the back, a really cool design t-shirt. Every year we get a guy that designs a t-shirt. They're A number one, Tom Olet, a Dearborn Heights resident, does that. And speaking of family fun, we're having our second event, our family fun night at Crestwood High School on May 11th, 4 p.m. We're also looking for sponsors for that. This is a completely free event for Dearborn Heights residents and families. There's all kinds of crafts, activities. There's free food. We have, it happens to be the day before Mother's Day. We have a special little area where mothers are not allowed in, where families will have material to make Mother's Day cards for their mothers and a couple of those secret projects we got going on. So we're looking for sponsors for that. That's on, it'll be on my Facebook page also. Looking for that. It's a great event. It's our second one. We had the first one in Napa. It's great. And from what I heard from all the people at Crestwood who are super great, the school, people at the staff at the school, bending over backwards to help me on this. Oh my God, I can't say enough about them. Fantastic people. I'll bring up their list of them later. And I would like, and I've been fighting for this since I was probably 5 years old, but not really, since I've been involved in the city, the basin for the flood detention basin at the old incinerator site. And I've been mentioning it for years and years, and now it is brought up by the mayor that this is a project that looks like it's going to go ahead. And I would like every meeting for the mayor to give us an update on this project. And this ain't a creek cleaning thing where we're going to cut down some trees and stuff like that. This could be, and I think is the answer to our flooding problems on the south end. So this is a big, big thing. It's not a little thing. It's really big. I'm asking the mayor to please brief us every meeting on any news we have on this. When we approved our last meeting, the Army Corps of Engineers to go onto the property to do some testing. I think soil samples or something like that. But I don't know. The residents on the south end deserve residents in the whole city of Detroit deserve to know how this project's coming along day by day. And it's raining right now. I know people who live on Hanover Street, west of Telegraph. They see a raindrop on their car windshield, they freak out.
Go far.
because they know if this rains a little, they're gonna be flooding. And that's terrible to live like that. So I hope we can get some updates, some real-time updates every meeting, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other?
Council
the
Chair.
shortest. Yeah,
Council Chair.
yep.
Okay, I do.
Are you going to announcements?
Yes.
Well, hang on.
Are we still?
Councilwoman, did you have anything? Okay, now we'll be doing announcements.
Okay, and I do have a question for Tom. When we talked about hiring the additional people for ordinance, I think those were specified as rental. They
No,
would do
we said,
rentals.
we said ordinance, but ones that can help out and one can, assist.
It wasn't just
Yeah, it
rentals.
wasn't specifically
Okay,
for rentals.
that's what I wanted to verify.
Well, yeah, it could be used for rental,
Yeah, one could be doing one for
Yeah,
rentals.
yeah.
Come
All
on.
right, okay. I didn't know it was specific. All right, there are two events happening. Ecorse Creek meeting is tomorrow, 6:00, 3335 South Beach Daily.
Yep.
And that would be the normal time, the fourth Wednesday of the month. And then we have a special meeting on Thursday, April 25th for the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association. You acknowledged Frank earlier, and also our current president was here. I'm ex officio. We will be having a presentation, questions and answers about resources for seniors, special needs, adults, veterans, programs provided by the Veterans Administration, presented by Ms. Joanne Darga, and she's with No Place Like Home Health. Also, we'll have Jeannie, I think her name is Kelly. She's got some letters behind her name, and she's also a nurse practitioner. She will take questions regarding advanced directives, medical POAs, and other medical concerns. There will be light refreshments available, and if you have any questions, you can call me. And that is at 7:00
Thank you so much.
at that same location, 3335 South Beach Daily.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Lynn Senya, Madam Clerk, City Clerk. It's been a long day. Two quick announcements. The City Clerk's office does have packets available for the November 5th, 2024 election for Crestwood School District. They have 3 full-term positions open, 1 partial position open, actually 2 partial. 1 expires in 2028, the other one is in 2026. In District 7, board positions, there are 4 full-time positions available. So they are available. We're open Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5. And then tomorrow, I'd like to acknowledge it is National Administrative Professionals Day. So I'd like to recognize the professionals who keep an office running smoothly every day. Celebrate these professionals on Wednesday of the last full week in April, which is tomorrow. And the day recognizes the work of secretaries, administrative assistants, receptionists, and other administrative support professionals central to the business. And the day in the life of an administrative professional is varied from moment to moment, as we
Right.
know.
Guys, please point them. You can step up. Go ahead.
Ready, thank you. While organization is key to their success, their flexibility and ability to handle the unexpected make them valuable to any business or municipality. Some of their responsibilities include managing appointments, drafting letters and memos, coordinating appointments, and planning meetings. Administrative professionals compile data and research information too. Their organizational skills mean they pinpoint information quickly and keep the executive on schedule, whether they are in transit or with a client. They are central to an office or business running efficiently. So honor your administrative professionals tomorrow.
The council chair, I just got a text from someone in my family, and I don't toot my own horn, but they said I better announce or recognize that tomorrow is me and my wife's 49th wedding anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Well, you know what? I don't know how she did it for 49 years, bro. I mean, you got me up here talking for 3 hours. This meeting should have been no more than 30 minutes, but you know what? I'm not pointing fingers. Mrs. Wanso, Debbie, hey, she's watching. He's blushing right now. I'm just joking. She's lucky. You guys are lucky to have each other. Any other announcements?
Yes, Council Chair. We have an immigration seminar tomorrow. They'll be covering a number of the immigration issues, non-immigrant issues, as well as Palestinian, withholding of deportation and, employment authorization. We'll be covering, temporary protected status. They'll be covering, a number of student visas, ability to travel, and a number of issues will be coming up. We have some lawyers that will be coming in here, and city council has been put on the website. Thank you.
City council?
It'll be in the chambers here
Here.
tomorrow, 6 to 8 PM, and it'll be videotaped as well.
You're a good man. All right, any other announcements?
Council Chair,
Mayor?
I just want to make a statement that we follow the charter, so it's just with the city attorney, Mr. Farina, he's still the attorney, just follow and we're in coordination with the charter, so we're not violating the injunction, I'm sorry, and the charter, so Mr. Farina will remain as the city
Mhm.
attorney.
I don't think Mr. Farina's on the lawsuit of the injunction.
Yes, it's mentioned in there specifically that the corporation council will not be interfered with in performing the duties.
Thank you. Especially the council, I'll give you 20 seconds.
And we have to rebuttal that one.
This is, I mean, we're not even gonna be able to do our budget hearing.
There is nothing in the injunction that prohibits you from exercising your authority as set forth in the city charter. You are lawfully performing your duties. And this was specifically what part of the concern is with regard to the preliminary injunction and how it was obtained, and I'll leave it at that.
It's correct.
All right, thank you.
The injunction does specify.
Councilman Ahmad's even calling you point of order. He's the nicest guy up here. Thank you. All right. Tom?
Council Chair,
Yes.
I mean, I would say something, this body did vote, and in my eyes, well, I don't think we have a corp council right now. So,
Councilwoman, you have something to say?
he said we don't.
Yeah, we do.
So either we can figure out a way to reconcile this or Mayor bring us some appointments.
Mr. Farina,
What is it?
Mr. Farina is still the attorney
Okay.
for the injunction. I'm not gonna listen to a has-been attorney that was let go by the city.
Now listen to council though.
All right, guys, now we're gonna go up to public comment.
Violation of the charter.
Point of order, Council Chair.
Get an opinion.
Hi.
Please, ma'am, hang on one second. You got, I
Yeah,
think you asked for an extra minute, so I will honor you on that.
but that's announcements with Margaret, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more announcement.
Had an announcement? Are you sure? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna make it short.
Okay, so hold on one second, ma'am. Please, you're gonna have to state your name, the city you reside in, the street you live on.
Layla DeCruz,
Okay,
Dearborn Heights, Charlesworth.
Okay, one second, Leila. Charlesworth, right around the block.
Yes.
Yeah, she asked for an extra minute.
Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, my name is Layla DeCruz and I'm the president of the Dearborn Area Board of Realtors. I come before you today on behalf of our ethics board and a wider community of consumers and real estate associates. Following our recent study session regarding the proposed sale of several city properties, we greatly appreciate the initiative to sell these properties and understand the importance of this decision for the city's development. During our study session, it became apparent that while the opportunity to bid on these properties was being presented to us, the process was limited exclusively to those with the D4 license, effectively excluding our board and all qualified others in our field who are not in this category. This limitation prevented our meaningful participation and input in a decision that significantly impacts our community. By doing so, this eliminates all real estate brokerages from bidding or marketing a package that requires the sale of properties and homes, as well as advertising specifically to investors and not so much home buyers. As members of this community and the Dearborn Area Board of Realtors, we value transparency and inclusivity in decision-making processes that affect us all. While we appreciate the efforts of the mayor's office and city council, it appears there may be a disconnect between our perspectives and our process at hand. Given these circumstances, our board has decided to respectfully withdraw from the bidding process. The city charter would need to be amended to ensure fairness for all qualified brokerages, including our board, to participate. In the city's administration, if the city administration chooses not to amend it, this decision will prevent other brokerages from bidding and marketing these homes and properties in the correct and traditional, effective manner they deserve. Consequently, these properties may be sold at a significantly higher cost, catering only to investors who can afford such properties. The city should join us in advocating for fairness for home buyers who have already faced substantial challenges in this market. It is imperative for us to adhere to our principles and our ethical standards. Please understand that our withdrawal does not indicate a lack of willingness to assist. On the contrary, we remain committed to supporting the city and its leadership in any capacity where our expertise and guidance may be beneficial. Should you require our assistance or wish to collaborate in the future, we will always be available and eager to help. I do want to make a note before I step down what a Class D license is and who carries one. So a Class D license is usually held by a car dealership, somebody who is buying used cars and auctioning them. So a real estate brokerage would never hold that. And in the study session, what we understood was the proper way to have bid on this was already in the charter before any of us got here. So you had to have a D4 license in order to put that bid in. And our understanding is that we weren't qualified to have put that bid in to begin with. So unless something changes, we really can't even be involved in this.
I will hold your time, please.
Okay.
I will tell you, Mr. Krug, thank you for coming up here and letting you know that, you're correct. The Class D is on the bid. It is not in the charter. The charter does not dictate.
Okay.
The charter did not ever say you can't bid on it because we only want somebody with a
Okay.
D something
So,
license.
so that's where we
That was-
didn't understand
Yeah,
it. We
so
had
this
to have
was
one.
the way the administration wrote it out.
Okay.
It was designed so that only D, whatever it is, licensed people can bid on. Which I don't think it was intentional to say, we don't want brokers.
Right.
I don't think that was the intention of the mayor or anybody in that matter. I will tell you that myself and Council Pro Tem, Chair Pro Tem Ahmad and the mayor and Roger sat down. We are still in discussion of what could potentially happen. But, nothing in reality is, I know you want to withdraw.
Yeah.
But you've never really submitted anything.
Well, we know that we threw our kind of names in the hat to.
You're saying you want nothing to do with it?
So as we came together as a board, we decided that we were kind of going to step to the side.
That was a smart decision. 'Cause things I know are a little hectic in the city right now and, you don't want to intertwine day board and I respect it.
And if you guys ever need help, I mean, you guys all have our phone numbers. We know each other. So we don't want to leave you hanging. If you do have any questions, if you do need help with anything, we'd be
I just
happy
want you to know
assist
that's very
you.
ethical of you guys. Thank you.
Of course.
Very classy and very ethical.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
That's why you would have been my choice, but
Well, thank you.
God bless you. Mrs. King, this is still gonna go back to announcements.
I don't have an announcement because
Okay,
I want
speaking
to
as president?
Yeah,
Okay,
because I want to call. Are we in public comment before I?
yes, public
Okay.
comments. You state your name, the city you reside in, the street you live on.
Margaret King, Mayfair Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. Thank you, Hassan, and thank you, Mo, for giving me the shout out. I don't need it. I do it for the kids and I do it for the city that I reside in and that I love so much. I have been having meetings, but I want to come to you guys and come to our community with everything that I've been working on. With that being said, weather is breaking, kids are out playing. Please, for the love of God, drive safe. I live at a dead end street and because of the construction going on in Van Born, I've never seen so many cars on my street before. It is scary. I have a sign on my front yard that says drive safe, please drive safe. And with that just being said, please drive safe and please keep everybody safe, our children safe. Thursday is my husband's birthday, so I just want to shout out to him. Happy birthday, Siege.
Happy birthday, Siege.
And then the flooding, Tom, with the rain. I mean, I live right on I'm between Hanover and Powers. It rains and I just freak. Okay, if it's a hard rain, I'm like, am I gonna get home safe? So I'm glad we're working on that. But and I did meet with the Crestwood today. I absolutely love them. They're amazing. We have a great community. I've met with D7, looking forward to meeting with Westwood on Thursday. But thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Round of applause from Margaret King. And how you doing? Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on, not the address.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I am Mary Waters. I reside in the city of Detroit on Navarre Place. So, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To this honorable body, Mr. Chairman and honorable council members. I am Mary Waters. I am a city council member in the city of Detroit. I served the entire D. I'm at large. I am a I am a former state representative and the first African American female floor leader in the history of the Michigan House of Reps.
Amazing.
Yes. But, you know, I wanted to say congratulations to Frank. I see that he's gone. But, you know, those are the kind of people who service our community, make our jobs much, much easier.
I agree.
And so I wanted to say congratulations, but I suppose he decided to turn on in today. And I want to say to you, Councilman Winsell, listen, they don't just run stop signs in the D, red lights too. Sometimes I'm sitting in a red light and they just go right on through. And I says, wait a minute now. I know the light is red. I'm sitting here. But that's what they do. And we've all, as she indicated, have to be careful when it comes to driving. There are children in the area out playing. You know, the weather is getting better. And so we want to make sure that we're careful about those kinds of things. So I just wanted to say just a couple things, but I also wanted to let you all know that I'm a candidate for Congress in the 13th Congressional
Oh,
District.
sorry.
Can't do that.
I gotta stop.
All right. I wasn't going to give a speech.
Yeah, no. Well, we're not allowed to do, in our charter, we don't allow you to.
To even say that.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
But I will tell you good luck. And you made a heck of a point. Hey.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I do appreciate
And
your
Mary
time.
Waters,
Thank you.
that sounds great.
Yes,
so much.
Waters. That's right.
Great name.
Thank you.
Great name. Thank you for coming.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You can stick around. We'll touch base after.
Yes, I'll be right here.
What seat is it? Sheree Canadar. Sheree Canadars?
You got my vote.
Does he have accent?
He has an extra minute.
Gary Mayaki, Plainfield Street.
Speaking as a resident, or are you speaking?
I'm speaking as, well, one tiny thing, special legal counsel.
Well, then hold
rest
on
is
for the
resident.
special legal counsel. Don't start his time. Go ahead.
Okay, just wanted to point out section 5.3, duties of mayor under the city charter, sub M, he shall have such other powers and perform such other duties as may be prescribed by law, this charter, or as may be required of him by ordinance or by direction of the council. So this issue came up, you as a council body can direct the administration to do as you require. That being done, I do just have a quick blurb here.
Okay, well, you got your 4 minutes and I'm gonna start that. Please state your name, the city you're residing, the street that you live.
Gary Mayatke, Plainfield Street, Dearborn Heights.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All I wanted to end up saying is that, the First Amendment is not something we turn on or off when it's convenient. We've had a lot of issues about protests on college campuses, about things in the Middle East, about things in Ukraine, everywhere. And a lot of people have a lot of strong opinions with regard to this, but it's important for all of us to recognize that the First Amendment needs to be upheld whether or not we like what we hear or whether or not we don't like what we hear. And we also need to understand that when it comes to the First Amendment and all of us who participate in a governmental setting, including myself for decades, recognize that it's just part of things that people are sometimes going to accuse you of stuff. They're going to say stuff that's not true. And that is why I haven't said some of the things I said. And all I would ask with respect to anyone who is watching is that you always take into account that things need to be seen with a grain of salt when you just hear things stated. For example, someone had posted many years ago when Don Barrow was the comptroller, that Don Barrow and I ran the city and that Don Barrow was a few fries short of a Happy Meal and I thought I was Figer. Now, I don't know where this came from, but someone said it and it was just like, we're just going to let it roll off our backs and not even say anything. So anyone who's out there watching some of this stuff, just always remember, that I don't think Don Barrow was a few fries short of a Happy Meal, and I certainly wouldn't want to be Jeff Figer. So
I'm sure you'd want his money though. Yeah, thank you. Any other comments from here in person
Can I just say one thing?
Mrs. Waters, you would have to step up.
Okay.
You're technically not allowed to speak anymore, but because you are the sitting councilwoman in Detroit, thank you for your services. I will give you.
I just
30
want
seconds.
to invite everybody here to the NFL draft. It's gonna be fantastic. All right, I'll see you there.
We'll be there Friday.
You got tickets for everybody?
You said register online.
Hello.
Yeah, we want tickets for sure.
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. Please state your name, the city you reside in, the street that you live on.
Yes, Lila Hamka. I live in Dearborn Heights on Kenmore Street.
Wow, you guys all live in Dearborn Heights, huh?
Yeah. I just wanted to announce on behalf of the Dearborn Area Board of Realtors, I mentioned it last time, I'll mention it again. It's an announcement that on April 28th, we're hosting our second annual Home and Garden Expo. We have about 20 some vendors coming in, all small businesses within our community. The purpose of our event is to highlight and shine out and bring through some of the small businesses that are either just starting up or somewhat established to grow their business. It's open to the public. There'll be food trucks, coffee cart, about 20 vendors, everything home and garden and fitness and health related. So all are welcome. It's at Park Place in Dearborn, Sunday, April 28th from 11 to 3. And I have a question to the council members. Are we allowed to, council chair, are we allowed to post our flyer at the door at the front?
Absolutely. Why don't you get in
For-
contact with our Parks and Rec director?
Yeah,
And give her the flyer.
can we do that? Okay, great. And then, would it work the same at the, center on Beach Daily? What's it called? Okay. So we can't post it here at these
You can
doors?
give her whatever you'd like.
Okay,
Kim, our director would allow.
okay.
Figure out City Hall, the rest of the buildings are no problem.
Thank you. How many should I give you? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You said it's from 11 to 3.
11 to 3.
Excuse me.
Where's the location?
Park Place in Dearborn, Otter Drive,
And Park.
Michigan Avenue area.
Thank you.
Thanks.
28th.
Sunday.
April 28th. April 28th? I'll be out of town. Please forgive me. Any other comments? Great. Now let's go over to Zoom. Everybody okay over there? All right, I see you, Vincent Krowski. Please state your name, the city you reside in, the street that you live on.
Hi, Vince Drapkowski, Columbia Street. Coming from the Homestead. I want to make a couple of comments here. One is about the Blue Moon on George Street off of Telegraph there. If anybody done any work back there, that's probably because it was the county that did the work or had work done, because the only thing running through there is a county sewer line. So maybe contact the county and get them out there to clean up that mess, since they were the last ones to work on it. And maybe they should be flipping the bill for the wall. Also, with our police department, now that our chief is back in town, I don't see any reason why we need 2 emergency managers. Mr. Swope has stated that he has an emergency manager background and has done that duty in the past. So I don't see any sense in double hiring. So take that into consideration there, council, for your budget coming up. And Ms. Waters, thank you for coming to our council meeting tonight. I know our council could take some leads off of you and Mayor Duggan for what you've done to Detroit and the way it's turned around. You've got a lot of great programs that are going on. I listened to your mayor's speech the other night, and it's exciting what has happened with Detroit. So if you haven't watched that speech, I suggest you do. And maybe call the Detroit mayor's office and get some advice from him. Since our mayor seems to be a half-assed mayor.
Hey, come on.
Well, hey, he's calling attorneys, subpar, so let's, just my opinion.
I mean, you have your opinion, you're right. The first minute, I mean, you have
Like that
your
speech.
Hey, guys, one stop, please, Councilman. You got it. Let the speech, say what you want. I am gonna ask you though, my son is on here refrain from using any swear words, please.
I apologize. I didn't know your son was into politics.
He will be.
Hey, starting them off young. All right, Vince, are you done? You got everybody laughing at me.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Vince. Microphone, I got Ange. Thank you, Vince.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. All right, next up, we got Mr. Parrish. Can you please, mute him? And I said your name already, but please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on, sir.
Dana Parrish, Grinley Park Street, Dearborn Heights. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
How are you doing? I wanted to talk a little bit, somebody brought up the trees this evening. And, that was a kind of a hot topic when it was brought up a while back. The cutting down of trees, the healthy trees and all that stuff. I think Councilman Wenzel brought that up. I gotta give you, kudos for saying that, because I remember not too long ago that initiative was brought up, and the Corporation Council, wrestled with that idea of cutting down healthy city trees. And somebody, a few council members said, hey, this could be a problem. It was jostled back and forth. Oh, we're not going to cut down trees on whole city blocks. And here Councilman Wenzel says, hey, this whole city block, the trees are scalped. They're all gone. He's right. They're gone. So now we've got to look back. One thing can lead to another. So when you make legislation, just like our federal government does, one thing can lead to another. So you sort of have to fix that mess before it does lead to all the unwanted consequences that we don't want. So everyone knows our chief was not out of town. He wasn't on vacation. He wasn't celebrating. He wasn't getting drunk. It's not my place to say what situation he was in, but he was not out of town. The last thing I wanted to talk about was the difference between equal and fair treatment. Yes, the Declaration of Independence said that all men, but it does say all men are created equal. I see you, Denise. But the Declaration does say all men were created equal. They were created equal, but all people should not be treated equal. All people should be created fairly, meaning I'm sure that everyone has had a bad situation in their dealings with people where they've been cheated, lied to, whatever. Maybe they've been assaulted. I'm sure they treat that person a little differently. Maybe they're more careful around that person. Maybe they don't give them the benefit of the doubt. That's treating that situation fairly, versus Councilman Baydoun and Councilman Hassan have had a good relationship, and they treat each other's words 100%, no questions asked. That's treating a man or woman fairly versus equally. I would say you'd be a fool to treat every man or every woman equally. Treat them fairly based on probably your experience with them. Thank you very much.
I'm going to give you 20 more seconds. Pause this time. Just give him 20 more seconds, please. I'll give you 20 more seconds, Dana. I don't want to cut you off, especially because I'm so in tune right now.
Oh, no, sir. I think that was all. I just wanted to say that.
See what I was doing? I was giving a little bit of favoritism. I was trying to treat you fairly.
No, that's good. No, that was my only point, is that we need to treat people fairly based upon our obviously not based upon sexism, racism, or any of the other isms, but
absolutely
based upon you treat others how they've treated you, obviously. But thank you very much.
Dana. God bless you.
You too, sir. Have a good evening.
Have a great evening, guys. Anyone else on Zoom? Seeing none, can we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Support. All right. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. We are going to take a recess before our study session. So don't leave the meeting, but let's just pause the being on air.
Recording stopped.
And then if you want to make sure
Recording in progress.
The same page, quick and easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
First page we have is
Page nine.
page 9. You can begin, please. Just tell us what we're going through.
Okay, there's actually only a few line items. There is my supply line item, which includes all of the printing for the change of assessment notices that go out through the whole city. That is the majority of that supplies budget. So that is the first line. The second is our contract, which is the same as every year. The third line, actually for training, we can pull that out of assessing. It has its own line item under Board of Appeals. So it does not need to be under my budget. It's kind of doubled up, so it needs to be pulled out.
Okay, so we're eliminating 1,500.
Yep. Because it's not an assessing thing, it's a Board of Appeals thing.
Okay.
And then the last one is for like furniture and stuff for the office. I know it says we didn't use any from 24, but those numbers were pulled before I purchased the chairs. I know last year you wanted to go halvesies on it, but I found half off chairs, so I figured that met the spirit of it. So we did find chairs. I paid $1,100 and almost $90 for those
So you,
from out of last year's.
you say it's gonna cost us $5,000 for chairs?
No, what I would like is new carpet because ours is moldy and mildewy and disgusting and it's grotesque.
Are you going to work with, are you gonna go out for bids on this?
I don't know what the process is. I just wanted to make sure we could fund it.
You guys stay in the same office, right?
You've seen it. I've shown the three of you what the state of
Yeah.
our office is. It is embarrassing because of how rundown everything is in there. We need paint, we need carpet. Like, I don't think our carpet's ever been cleaned.
Okay,
It's real bad.
that's fine. I'm
Yeah.
okay with leaving that if you feel like the aesthetics of the carpet needs to be upgraded and for the sake of health concerns, I am 100% in support of that.
Yep, and that's it. That's all I've got.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a total of 7 chairs purchased? I saw something tonight that said 4 and 3.
Yeah, we did it in 2 separate because we wanted to make sure the ones we ordered at first felt sturdy and good. And so we ordered the first 4 and then those worked out well. So we ordered the rest of them.
So you're all set on chairs?
Yeah, we're all set on chairs right now. All we really need is just the carpet is not sanitary. So I'd like to get that replaced.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, that's it for a
I'm
second.
gonna go to the Board of Appeals.
Yep. Okay. So Board of Appeals,
What page?
that's page 16. Of
Thank you, Michelle.
course.
Mr. Turner, doing a great job. Good, Maddie.
I believe the first portion is just the payment. The Board of Review members receive $75 a day per day they're on the board. So I believe that's where that 2,000 comes out of. What's the
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. The fringe is the FICA. Okay. Yeah.
Is the what?
The FICA, the Social Security Medicare tax on the commission fees.
How come the commissioner's fees went up? 500? Are we deploying more time or?
Well, okay, so we are projecting this year for it only to be 1,500. We budgeted it for it to be 2,500.
25,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anything else?
The third line item is just publishing. We are required to publish when the Board of Review is in the newspaper every year, 3 times. So that's what that covers. And then that last item is for the training. The state changed the law. Boards of Review members are mandated to take training now every other year. Sometimes we can find those courses for free. Sometimes we cannot. This past year, we had to have one of our board members take a course that was like $200. So
But don't you think 1,400 is a lot though?
I didn't know what the budget should be because if we have 6 members. So if they have to
1,200.
take, so like maybe 12 would be better.
I mean,
200.
I was even thinking maybe 500 in case you don't find something. And if we have to bring it back, I mean, bring it back.
Did they take it separately or did they take it at the same time?
No, separately, I would assume.
Maybe if you can do a probably be cheaper.
So usually I can find classes through the Wayne County Assessors Association, which are offered for free. But if they cannot take those classes, the Michigan,
I remember we took them in Westland one time.
yep. Yeah, so sometimes we can find those and sometimes we just can't. But it kind of depends on the time.
And
frame.
you're saying sometimes you're not always doing it though, correct?
Yeah, they have to take it every other year. Some of people do take it. We do encourage them to take it every year if the law has changed.
I'd like to see that at 500. If you need to come back, you can come back in front of us. Is that fair?
Mhm.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Shaw, can you put that in, no, in the thing?
I'm ready for the next one.
Okay, you're all set.
We're gonna move right through this.
I didn't know you had the two. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good
Thank you, Tim. Sorry, George. You can actually sit right up front and center.
Do you want me to do that?
We're gonna grill you.
Why? How do I get there?
Councilman Saab was hungry.
Councilwoman, please.
Clerk is page 11.
You can begin.
Okay, salaries. Can you hear me?
Please speak into the mic.
Okay, salaries. First, I didn't have much input on this, okay? But if you recall, I want to talk about the deputy clerk salary,
Hang on 1 second.
okay?
When you do talk about these, so we're looking at, looking at W.
I only seen a bulk number, so I didn't know it was broken down until I got the budget. Okay, and in January, this honorable body approved an increase for the deputy clerk position based on the passage of Prop 2 and all the additional responsibility that was in there.
Yeah, we did.
9 days, right, okay. And in that motion, it said this in no way reflects a cost of living increase, if that should be awarded. If you noticed in the budget, the deputy clerk is the only position that has not received a raise. So I'm respectfully asking that this position be provided.
Hold
the
on
same.
1 second. You're saying, start from the top? Because you threw me off. Did you say that everybody received except for her?
That's correct. That I could see. I mean, I didn't look line item by line item, but that is the only.
Shaw, can you consent to that?
The budgeted positions do include a raise for most positions.
Hers not
This one
included?
does not. This one does not.
That one did not, no.
Why not?
Why not?
Can you go to the podium and not speak from here? Thank you. I only say that so that we're like, yesterday Michelle almost fell. Please.
I was good.
You were sitting on half the chair.
The reason why was because of the 14% increase that she received that was approved by council recently. So again, to be fair to other deputy positions that haven't received that 14% increase in the past year, we thought it would be fair that she hold back for this 5% increase that the rest of them are.
What did you go from before and what did you go to now?
Michelle, do you have last year's?
Don't have last year's on me.
I think she was at like 65,000 or 62,000.
I think some.
62 something.
62 and it got moved to 70. So that is, I believe, about a 14% increase.
Didn't we say that
And
we
that
were
was based on the additional responsibilities.
correct?
That's
But that
all it
wasn't.
was based on, not a cost of living.
But didn't we just say that we're giving all of our deputies a raise to everybody? And isn't the
To all of the
deputy just give a raise?
non-union employees that did not receive an increase, they are. But again, we were trying to be fair because there are other deputies that have similar job scope responsibilities that aren't making that much right now. So we have to be fair to all of our positions,
Like who?
like all of the deputies in other departments.
And I see a 15% for deputy.
What is it?
I see.
I'm not gonna say
15%
names, but
In a deputy,
Okay,
just
you see 50%?
15%.
In which one?
Where did I see it? I just saw it. The deputy treasurer.
The deputy. What about the deputy comptroller? I see that we just give them a raise and then we're giving them an additional raise based on what we saw here. So, I mean, are we being fair or are we picking and choosing?
Again, different scopes of responsibility, different levels of salaries for different positions. We're trying to be fair and standard with the comparables for other cities. I know that we had presented that in the past and there had been a long comparable to other cities for those positions. So again, we believe that the deputy clerk is currently paying at a comparable level to other clerks in other cities, whereas other positions such as the controller were not, which is why we requested a adjustment of the salary so that it is comparable to other cities.
You know, I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you saying that $1.2 million is going to Plant Moran Gap. Plus we have a comptroller, plus we just gave the deputy comptroller a raise, plus we're giving them an additional raise. Then we're gonna say, our deputy clerk, well, we feel like she's doing good enough and we're giving her enough money. Look, I mean, I don't wanna go back and forth. I just feel like this is a lot of picking and choosing.
Again, we're basing it on comparables with other cities. It is not picking
And I
and
do agree,
choosing.
all the deputy controllers deserve to be paid fairly and equally. I'm gonna agree with you on that one. But I think, this seems like, sorry, Madam Clerk, like it's a pick and choose, type of scenario over here.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Menalowski Maxwell, then I'll go to you later.
Well, I guess we have.
Can you turn your mic?
You know, and bottom line is we do have the power to give a raise on that. I mean, we control that.
100%.
So we may want to discuss amongst ourselves, what is a fair amount to give that person?
Well, I mean, if the administration is offering a 5% increase to everybody, and the deputy controller, then offer her the same thing. But if we're gonna deny everybody's, then deny hers as well.
Council Chair. So.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Councilwoman, Breyer, was that you?
I'm reading.
Councilman Saab.
So we gave her, we approved the raise.
Please, ma'am, nothing from the audience right now.
When we approved the raise, it was because of more duties that were put to her because of state law. So we're
HR
punishing her.
Director. There you go. Did you want to step up to the mic?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
So when we approved the raise, it was because Prop 2, our proposal 2. And it seems like because what the state is requiring us to do, we're punishing her by not giving her a fair wage. And I mean, how are we doing comparables to other cities already? When this just got approved?
I don't know, guys.
But I would like to, is it the 5% that she has not gotten?
That's correct.
I would like to add the 5% to the clerks, to the
Can you give me
deputy
that
clerk.
exact figure? Please, HR, step up.
What you're requesting is $3,500.
Okay.
Okay.
For us to add.
Sure.
Okay.
hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. So a couple of things. First is in terms of different folks advocating for increases for positions that directly report to them. So some of those dollars were included. So when the city clerk talks about the deputy treasurer, that's a recommendation from the treasurer that the deputy treasurer have an increase. But all of these increases were predicated on everything being supported or not being supported. So the two things that we incorporated into the budget was a 5% increase for all non-bargaining positions. That includes some directors, that includes office managers, that includes some deputies. So for the deputy clerk who received that increase in the middle of this fiscal year, maybe that wasn't included in the 5% going forward. And I think that that's what the clerk is sharing.
That's
correct? Okay.
And that
So, but all of
was-
the increases except for bargained increases, because we're obligated under the contract for those increases. But for those increases, they're built into the budget. For those positions that aren't under a collective bargaining agreement, then we were proposing a 5% or there may have been an increased request from the various director or supervisor of that position. So those requests have all been incorporated into the proposed budget when they or may not be able to do it. Okay?
Madam Clerk, you said you did give the information, correct?
Yeah, I have the council motion right here, and Human Resources got a CC, the treasurer and comptroller.
So I think what the clerk is saying is that in terms of the increase that the deputy clerk received, the motion was framed in such a way that should we agree to give all the non-bargaining union positions an increase, that position would be included.
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't think that 5% was included in the proposed budget for that position.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Saab would like to put a 5%. I mean, doesn't mean it's guaranteed. This is, we have until May 27th, but you can adjust that from 70,000 to 73,000 and what's the
500.
73,500. Thanks, Mr. Turner. Go ahead, you can continue.
I did, and I apologize.
Speak into the mic because we can't hear you.
Okay, I gotta eat the mic.
There you go.
As former council chair, Abdallah, I want to thank the team that I met with originally to prepare this, help me through this budget. Okay, Michelle and Darren, Margaret was
Into the
there.
mic.
Margaret was there. Who else was there? James. Okay, thank them because they did help me through this. But there's a couple other things I do want to discuss. We didn't meet after that. This was the first time.
Take the mic.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah.
This was the first time that, we just met originally. So the second thing I want to thank them for is if you look on, I'm going to go back to salaries because I do have one other thing I want to discuss there. But on retirement prior years, there's $1,000 budgeted. I do want to thank them because when I went from
What
union.
line item is that?
What line item is it?
706,030.
706.0. So there's $1,000. It looks like it's budgeted. But so when I went from union to elected official, I don't get a vacation time or sick time anymore. So like you retire, you get paid out for that time that you accumulated over 3 years. But for the second year and the third year, you get interest on the money that the city is holding. I had to wait 2 years to get it, but they did fulfill that. So I don't know that this $1,000 needs to be in the budget because they fulfilled it this year. Okay. And then if you guys can just jump up under salaries, there's the per personnel budget includes vacation payout, seniority pay, and longevity. Okay. If you ever want to sit down and I'll explain the whole thing to you, but seniority pay. So once the TPOAM contract is, approved, they agree and it's approved. Those benefits are typically extended to non-union employees. Okay, so for the 2018, I believe it was it was approved in 2018. I think it was the 2016 to the 2021 contract. Okay, in there, they granted seniority pay. So for the past 3 years, I've been receiving the seniority pay. I have a legal opinion that said this is not wages. So you can't say that, well, it's per the local officers compensation board, because I do have a legal opinion that was prepared in 1997 that addressed longevity pay. It's a fringe benefit. For the past 3 years, like I said, I got it. I received it. This year, I did not receive it. I asked the comptroller. I mentioned it in the budget hearing, and I still have not received that.
How much is it supposed to be for?
2%. It's like under $2,000. Okay, so why I didn't get it, I don't know, but I do have, and I do want to tell you that I did speak with the former HR director, Sabona Perry, when this first came in, because our very highly respected former treasurer, John Riley, would never take something that wasn't permitted by law. Okay, he contacted, I talked to both of them. They both had it. They wouldn't have gotten it. This is historical information. This is historical. You can look back. I'm sure the former clerk got it. The treasurer got it. The former mayor got it. It's not about the money either. It's about the past practice,
Does the treasurer
historical.
get it right now?
No, because it's earned. You have to have, I think, 8 years before you're granted it.
Mhm.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Well, how do we add it?
You-
Well, let me ask
you direct them.
Mrs. Hazlet, if you don't mind. Maybe, Madam Clerk, maybe they just, there's so much in the budget. I can see an honest mistake.
Well, this was last year's. Where everybody gets paid it in November.
You know what the treasurer is speaking on?
Yes. So in working with Comptroller King, it was hard for her to understand some of our practices
Okay.
that had been in place. And so she questioned when the seniority pay 2% for all the directors occurred. We thought we had rectified it for everybody. Apparently we had
And I
not.
did mention it when we did have our meeting.
Okay.
And that hasn't. I appreciate the interest being,
Yeah.
addressed.
Yeah.
So,
So can we add it?
Yes, we owe it to her, so we should issue it to her this fiscal year.
She has to be paid from this
From
year's budget.
November.
Yeah.
It's 23,
Correct.
24.
but last year I wasn't.
And to make sure the new budget to be added for the next year, boss, we owe her money.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
from
in there
this
now.
fiscal year.
So
This
2% for last year and 2% for this year.
So.
No.
Sorry.
2%.
So let's talk fiscal year.
Mhm.
She's talking this fiscal year, which is your 23-24 fiscal year.
Correct.
She was
That I
owed a
did not-
2% seniority pay that was not issued to her.
Correct.
We owe it to her.
Okay.
Let's pay it to her.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, in terms of going forward, we need to have a placeholder for it in the budget, in her budget. In the budget being presented to you, there's not a placeholder for it. I think that's what you're saying.
So can we go ahead and add
Yes.
it?
Okay, so yes, similar to the 5% for the deputy, if all things get, this is a little different because it's something that once you've served that period of time, again, historically, we've provided it. In some of your labor agreements, there's also something called seniority pay. Sometimes it's incorporated into base pay, sometimes it's a lump, sometimes it's 6 years, sometimes it's 8 years. So, it's a common part of our compensation in our community. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
gonna
Mrs.
go real
Hazlet,
quick.
can you just ensure that she gets it from the past and then we'll add a place line for that? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And then Mrs. Shaw, can you make sure that there's a placeholder? Can you give me the new number to that placeholder?
It's 2% of her salary, so that is 9 months.
It's under 2,000.
$1,964.
$1,964?
Yes,
Would that be the same thing for last year's as well that she's owed, or would it be a little less?
a little bit less.
Okay, and then can you give me a number that you would, as a new placeholder number, just so I can make sure I can add it to the rest of my notes?
So the 1964.
Yeah, so like would it go under 101,960?
It would go under 101.
Hang on, 101.
So sorry.
Oh, there,
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
101-215-703-000.
703,000.
So that's what their salary, you mean?
That's her salary. And then the 2% will just get added to the fringe will get added to that.
Yeah, the 1964 will be added to her salary.
Yep.
Right?
What's a free?
Yeah, but shouldn't you have it's online though? But this is not actual salary, this is.
Correct.
It is a fringe,
Yeah.
yes. But in the full-time personnel, it's added to the salaries expense line item. If you want it broken out separately, we could do that as well.
Let's give me a separate line item on it, please.
No problem.
That way.
That way we can differentiate the two, because if she gets a raise, then, it's.
That was considered the cost of living, the
Correct.
longevity
Correct.
increase.
I think, unless you have any other questions, I'm good on the clerks. Because I have another one too. I have the elections.
Well, yeah, hang on.
Okay.
I
do want to thank you all for approving the travel and education and update you on that. The deputy clerk and I both spent a week
I
at
haven't
the,
approved anything yet.
no, last year you did.
Oh, okay.
Last year you did.
Okay.
So we did attend a week of the Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks Institute, and it was a wealth of information and it was wonderful. A lot of information for, again, on Prop 2. And you just got to network with fellow clerks.
My other question to you is, I see
Yes.
supplies here. We're at 5,000.
Yes.
The requested budget was 55. You spent 5. You requested 55. You got your 55. Are you saying that's okay and we're good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with the 55. There was travel and education I had, but go ahead, we'll go one at a time. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And then why did we remove travel and education?
That's on the bottom. It's still there. I did request 55. I only got 5,000.
Sometimes we gotta give and take.
Yeah, I was gonna skip it.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay, but we are adding a new line item for 1964, correct, Michelle? You're gonna get me that line item?
Yes, it will probably be 703.100.
Madam Clerk, what's the codification of ordinance?
That's when you make, okay, you guys are approve an ordinance. It's a legal document. So we it's Civic Plus that does it. George, what was the name of it before? Municode, sorry. And we have to codify means that we're putting it into law. So when you do the ordinance, we
I guess
do
it's
publish it and it's illegal, but then once it goes to codification, it's official.
Official.
Yeah.
Consummation.
And who charges us that,
It used to be Municode, but it's Civic Plus now.
so it's a program?
Yeah, when you go look up the city charter.
Yes, that's all
Is
that.
there any fees from the county or the state on them?
Okay, any other questions from council members? Been a long night. I won't be here. And I know the councilwoman's got a early flight tomorrow morning. Or early travel.
Yeah, because you already paid. So.
I'm sorry.
That's correct. Page 7.
Page 7, Councilman Wenzel's buying food.
What do we have?
It's barbecue.
Okay,
He said he's buying me a burger.
elections. Elections, I'm going to give you the good news, okay?
Yeah.
It's a big pig ticket. It's a presidential year, so we, thank you, Michelle. And she recognizes the increase in voters out there. It's going to be a high ticket. But I want to tell you, we are putting in, we are submitting, we get reimbursed for the presidential primary that happened in February. And we are putting in $117,525.04 for reimbursement. Okay, so it's not a grant. They reimburse us for holding that. So that's that. And as far as early voting, that happened with Prop 2. So that goes on your gubernatorial and your federal election. Yeah, your 22, your even years. And that's what's required by the law. So I think it was last Thursday. So the state, I think it's the state is offering, I submitted 45,000 for reimbursement for that, which would probably cover
Our Prop 2,
well, our early voting.
that's what I mean.
Yeah, for what was put it in. So I do want to let you know that. Okay, so that's the new, I guess, what we applied for. Okay. Michelle recognized the increase in the early voting and stuff, so she bumped up our salary or our part-time salaries. That's for all of our election workers, our back room, which I don't know if you all seen that back there, but we don't have an active election going on. So if you ever want to see it, we're redoing it and stuff like that. So I can take you a tour if you ever wanted to. Okay. I don't allow anybody in there when there's ballots. So, overtime, of course, and material and supplies, that's all of our ballots and stuff like that, because we will have to pay for that. Contractual services, we did increase that. All of the election equipment has to be tested prior to the election to make sure that Nancy's shaking her head. She's our number one poll worker. So anyway, yep, she's watched it. So all of it, it has to be programmed. I go ahead and we have a special computer in our office where I have to program the media. We take it all back here. We run it through every single piece of equipment, every single tabulator and every single handicap machine and our ICC scanner with adjudication. They all have to be tested. So typically we do it. Okay. Typically we do it. We have to contract it out because it's just too big.
How many machines do we have?
We have 27 precincts, so we have 27 tabulators, 18 handicap machines, and 1 ICC and adjudication. then.
That testing is expensive, yeah.
Yeah. When you bring in a whole crew, we've been doing it. Our staff has been doing it but not this one.
Thank you.
Okay. Mileage, we have bumped up a little bit. Repair and maintenance. We don't have too much there, and that's it.
Who would be pay mileage for it?
Our precinct, we're running around the city all day, and going maybe to the precincts to mark the 100-foot line. Okay, you all read that, Ren, you can't get behind that 100-foot line. What's that?
Some of them are like, some of them are like 2,000 feet.
They seem like that. But on election day is a lot because we have a rover. I'm going out collecting. This is a big one now. We have all these ballot boxes out. Somebody has to pick up, which Sally usually does the south end because it's on her way to work. But we have to check all the ballot boxes.
But really, who puts those out there? Is there somebody like Michael Blackburn that goes out there and puts it out? Because this.
What, the what? The ballot boxes?
1,000-foot line.
Oh, no, our staff does. Our staff does. And our pit crew.
All right. All set here?
Okay, yeah, all set.
you.
Thank you.
Next up, we should have Treasurer's Office.
Treasurer's office is on page 17.
17. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I made those adjustments. I will type them up. Fine.
Next in the hot. All right, page 17. And I've given you all a breakdown, line item by line item for the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25. I don't know if you want to go through them individually, just real quick. First one is 703, which is the salary elect. That's the treasurer's salary set by the Compensation Commission. 706 is staff salaries. These are contractual with POAM, except the deputy, and we're seeking 75,000 salary for the deputy. This is weighted on the fact that she has 30 plus years with the city and the experience, her job responsibilities. I included a workflow chart in your packet so you could see that. But her total raises over the time here with the city have equate to 1.4%, which is not very good. Moving on to 706, retired years, we have none. So that's a 0. 707 is part-time. We bring in a part-time staff member during busy times, peak like summer taxes, winter taxes, and this is approved by the union. 709 is overtime. And as you can see, I don't really use or give overtime. There may be a very rare occasion, depending on workload, and if there's a timeline, a deadline that has to be met. But you can see for this current fiscal year, I've allocated $95.34 out of a budget of $2,500. So very rarely used overtime. The next 4 items, hospital life insurance, general government pension, and fringe benefits are all provided to us proposed for the 24-25 years. So I don't have influence there, but that is the information you have before you. 728 is our supplies. And that one we reduced. So what I did is I took a look and thank you to the team that we worked with for our budget. But we've only spent $2,300 and some change out of $15,000. So we're pretty frugal there as well. 802 is dues. This is membership dues to Michigan Municipal Treasurers Association, the MFGOA, and the Association of Public Treasurers. With that comes a lot of opportunities and trainings that my staff participates in, as well as my deputy and myself. So our dues membership is very effective and used effectively. 818 is contractual services. This is the big one that we had to see a change in. And that is going to contractual services, including printing, mailing, taxes twice a year, consulting fees, annual disclosure, qualifying statement, as I have listed here. But we have already seen a huge jump in the price of printing the tax bills, mailing the postage. Everything has increased for us. In fact, we're over budget this year by a little under $5,000 right now and need a budget amendment. Again, that's something that, prices increase, right? Inflation and other reasons. 861 is mileage. We don't use this one too much, but it would be for conducting, city business and travel to those meetings or workshops. 960 is travel education. We appreciate the council always supporting this. We do a lot of trainings. Myself, my deputy, even our staff. And I've listed some of the trainings and certifications that our staff has received, including cash handling, security, internal controls, and customer service. And those are national programs through the Association of Public Treasurers of Canada and United States. The next page, we have 962, which is training. That's more in-house programs for staff that typically like HR offers, for everybody in the city. So that's in there as well. And then the last one I have for you is 981, which is capital outlay. We always ask for $1,000 in case, we're trying to keep equipment up to speed. Cash counters for, making sure money's not counterfeit. It's really a big deal these days because they're getting really smart with counterfeiting. But that's what that money's for. And I just want to remind you that this department is heavily funded by the 1% admin fee, along with the assessor's office that you see on your tax rolls. And that's about $700,000 annually. And my proposed budget has an increase overall of $51,745.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Nope.
Oh. Okay. Good night.
You sent us the list before and I read it.
Yeah.
Of the thing that you typed out and that was very helpful. So
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Good. I'm glad it was. Thank you,
It was.
Council.
Thank you so much.
Yep, you're next. Just like mine. Next is Parks and Recreation. They are page 26.
On.
Okay, are we ready? All right. I know the interest in time, my budget is pretty much straightforward. So I'm just thinking that it might be just good to take questions in regards
I'd
to.
like us to go through line item by line item.
Okay, I can
If you
do
want
that.
Michelle, you can have Michelle do it. Up to you.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Salaries, recommended for this year is the, $339,073. Part-time, $215,068. Overtime, $10,200. Hospital insurance, life insurance, general government, and fringe benefits are all put in by the comptroller's office. Supplies are 33,000. That went up because I need a lot more wood fiber for the parks.
Director, I'm sorry,
they're in
just for the,
bad shape.
sorry if you don't mind.
Mhm.
For the salaries, how come there's only was big jump in the senior coordinator position versus the other ones? Are these like the union or?
No, those are non-union positions, and basically they were at 35, which was very, very low for a full-time position. So then we brought them up to 40, which is comparable to what the recreation coordinator position is.
Just wondering.
And there was some, the HR director could speak to this, but there are some rules on the exempt positions, the labor laws, and bringing them up to 40 will keep them in the bucket that they're supposed to be in.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm for giving them 40 or even a little like 42, 43. One, they work with our seniors. Secondly, 35 is rough.
Yeah, it was.
After
It was.
taxes, that's.
I didn't take it as they work with seniors. I thought they just senior coordinators of the position.
No, that would be like what Josie does.
Oh, okay.
This is full time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, utilities, 50,000. Again, we have a comment about the splash pad that will not be open this year due to the construction. It's gonna take about 175 days for them to complete Van Houten Park. Dues and members, 1,530. Contractual services, I'm sorry, I missed one. Mileage, 4,000. Contractual services, 20,000. Fuel, 2,000. And then I've got senior trips at 100,000. And that is reimbursed through SMART financing that we get through them. Senior citizen budget, 24,320. Rec programs, 95,400. The Summerfest, 59,000.
Summerfest is Spirit Fest.
It's the Summerfest, Dearborn Heights Summerfest. It's formerly Spirit Fest.
The
Spirit
account
Festival.
will be, the name will be changed.
What is it?
It's Dearborn Heights Summerfest. It hasn't been changed.
We're gonna change the name on the general ledger.
Are we gonna change it to so that it breaks off in the summer?
Well, it was changed last year as Dearborn Heights Summerfest.
No, I mean, is the festival actually take place in the summer? That's all I'm asking.
Well, I can't change the weekend or I lose my ride company. And I wouldn't be able to get another weekend because they're all booked.
I just want you to know those were the comments online. It's not, why are we calling it a summer festival?
No, I know. It used to be, and the reason that it was called the Spirit Festival, it used to be on the 4th of July weekend.
The comments were actually.
We're crazy.
Like, the mayor's trying to change the seasons.
Well, basically, there were more comments as why it's called Spirit Festival, because it's not on the 4th of July or Labor Day or Memorial Day weekend. So you get it both ways.
Director, before the Summerfest, line 887, what was that for? The rec programs?
Rec programs, that's for all of the programs that we do. The concerts, the marshmallow drop,
Did you
the
budget it here
dances.
for like Eid Festival or something? We talked about it before.
I tried my ice festival like 3 years in a row and I got really super bad weather each time. So I finally gave up.
Why do you call it something like the Eid Festival though? He's asking, not the Ice Festival.
Well, it was something I've always wanted to do and it was just, it's an event, a winter event that you have in the winter and then I'd always end up.
Remember we talked in Ramadan, we had the EID, the Eid Festival?
Okay.
Yeah, like, so are we gonna do something next year?
I can certainly look into that and do that. I mean, I haven't, I've got funds in there to do programs planned but not finalized yet, so we can do that. I know that I used to have
We need to cater to like
but there was
50%
one at the
city.
Canfield Center and I know that there were issues with that. So I'd have to look into it and talk to the
You
police
threw
about
one
it and
heck
things
of a
like that.
Christmas party and I loved it.
Yeah,
And that was amazing.
no, I know. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you have you had those big angel wings?
Yeah.
Those things were really
Yeah,
tall.
I'd really want to see something to, for the whole community, be across, we do Christmas, Easter, everything. We gotta.
So we have to Eids a year.
I've got it and I'll talk to you more about it later. I will.
Thank you. Yeah,
Let's see. Repair and maintenance was 12,000. Eden Utilities, 30,000. Berwyn Utilities, 42,000. Training, 8,000 and capital outlay is 165,000. That's for the balance of the funds that we need for the fitness courts.
Yep.
I do have to make you aware of some other issues that we've got arising, which is the tennis courts, the Central Park tennis courts are in very, very, very poor shape. I got one initial quote. They basically have to be resurfaced and it could be anywhere from 150,000 to 175,000. I know Parkland Park tennis courts have cracks as well. So, those are a couple of things I'm making you aware of.
I love that you're taking up and I was part of that email chain
Mhm.
with the tennis
With the
coach
tennis coach.
who was very adamant about
Yeah.
getting tennis court. But
Yeah.
it's kind of a food for thought. Why don't we get with the superintendent and say, hey, like you use this more than our anybody. Why don't you guys split the cost?
In the past, when it's been minor maintenance, they've actually shared it 50%. I have just received this quote because I didn't realize the extent to the number of cracks that we had. So I haven't contacted them in regards to helping or assisting with the cost. I'm not sure that they would be able to assist half.
Or even
So
a quarter,
I'm
even if
just
they, I
saying.
mean, because we're not asking them to pay.
That's definitely
for-
something that I do.
Yeah, I'm not asking them to pay for all the tennis courts. We're saying just the ones that, by Crestwood at
That's-
Central Park.
That's the money for the ones in Central Park. That's what it's gonna cost, 150 to 175. And that actually is that quote is from a person who actually repairs the cracks. He came and I thought we could have the cracks, filled and taken care of for the 1 year. He said you can't even do that. It needs a complete resurfacing.
I agree.
So that money we got from the county, the 45,000, that's still going to the,
It's actually under contract to go for the marquee sign.
I
So,
thought we
and that
agreed
wouldn't
to-
even make a dent in this. So
I thought we agreed we didn't want to see it at the Marquise.
it's already under contract through Wayne County. So, as far as changing it and things like that, it hasn't been done.
I just want you to know that this, I recall vividly,
I recall that too.
yeah, we've asked you not to do that with that.
I think you didn't directly ask me. I think it was more a comment, and I think it was a comment by Mr. Kinesic as well. But I've already got a contract with Wayne County in regards to that, and Mr. Kinesic is aware of that
I
too.
know, but to see
So-
$45,000 that's going to a park, to go to a marquee and not actually being utilized where our community could use it, like maybe even alleviating some of that expenses on the tennis court, like instead of jumping to the marquee. I know, I get the
The
digital
issue
sign
with
that
the
you
marquee-
made and you said having somebody getting up there to put up the sign is.
It's very difficult because you end up with neck problems, and I'm gonna have people with neck injuries if we continue to have it the way it is. It does not even light up anymore. So, I'm thinking about the staff, which somebody needs to, after 30 years of using the same sign, I can't even get employees.
What if we could have found
to
a
do
grant
it.
for that and use that money for something? I mean, we don't even know that though. I'm just thinking out loud.
We have done grants for the community centers. We have not been made aware of anything yet because, the timing is not in line with the budget here.
did we get grants for
Then
the Ian Center?
Well, that was community block grant money. And community block grant money does not qualify for Canfield or Central Park.
all right.
How much does sign cost over there?
The initial quote I got was 60,000. So, and we're going out to bid now, so I'm hoping that it will be less than that. So. Anyway, so I just wanted to make you aware of that. And, do you want to go to Richard A. Young now?
Yes, ma'am. What page is that?
Page 27.
Salaries are at 42,000, part-time, 149,146. Overtime is 2,000. Hospital insurance is 10,353. Life insurance is 343. General government pension, 14,327. Fringe benefits, 14,776. Supplies are $7,695. Utilities are 50,000. Contractual services, 15,000. And mileage, 900. Recreation programs is 30,000. Repair and maintenance is 15,000. And then capital outlay, two things I have to make you aware of on this. And as you can see, we don't have capital outlay on this. However, the Richard A. Young roof is in really, really poor condition. We've got several buckets catching the water when it rains. And the price for that is approximately 200,000. And then Swapka, we still have the issue of Swapka Park tennis courts at 400,000. But again, we did apply for a grant. I don't know what the timing is that we'll hear on that, if we get that. So
Before we move forward, and I'm sorry, Councilman, if I may, I'm just gonna openly say it. I know Councilman Constant has had this conversation with me many times, and we've actually taken a look at it. I feel like it's been so long that the residents in the south end at Swapka Park have been begging for these tennis courts to be repaired. Here we have a coach who just emails us one time and we're so quick to replace it.
I'm just telling you what the most high priorities are.
Well, I'll tell you something.
You're gonna hear about them.
A high priority, I think, to me, before Central Park's tennis courts would be Swapco Park's tennis courts. I feel like for too many times, we watch our south end be neglected, and we're so quick to fix some parts on the north end. We're seeing Van Holten Park, we're now gonna see Central Park again, and now we're gonna say, well, Swapco Park, we don't have enough money for it.
Well, actually, I have spent a lot of money on renovating and bringing the Richard A. Young Center.
You have, and thank you,
So-
you have.
I mean, we are doing things in the south end. It's just, it's not in the parks, and everything has been let go for so long through the previous
But
administrations.
it's
that
like been 3 years.
We're
and this tennis
playing
court-
catch up on everything. So, I thought possibly I was going to have that done last year, and the school systems, I had half the money in the budget, and the school system said they couldn't come up with the other half.
I know I'm going a little off topic because we already went over the Parks and Rec one,
Mhm.
but at Central Park, there are 2 tennis courts and there's a single one, correct?
Well, there's 7 total.
Okay.
So,
How many different cages are there?
well, 7.
Can we convert one of them into a pickleball?
You know what? I've done a lot of research on that.
Growing.
It's growing, but tennis players do not like pickleball next to them and vice versa. It has to do with the game and the courts and the balls flying into their courts. So initially what we had planned on doing, and we don't have the funds yet, was when we did the design for the Heather Lane Park, we put 6 pickleball courts into that.
I only say that because, when I first went to the Richard A. Young Center,
Mhm.
it was all the seniors
Yeah.
playing pickleball all day.
Well, that's why we planned it for Heather Lane, and you're right, it is growing. But I think you would have issues putting it into the Central Park courts because of the high school using it all the time. And there are a lot of issues, and I hear that from all my different colleagues from different cities. They don't like each other because of, the balls and the differences, so.
Okay, that was just some food for thought.
Council Chair.
Yep, Councilman.
As for the roof, I have a question. Do you have that estimate for the roof with you by any chance, or?
Well, this estimate was actually, and that's why I had told you, it's kind of a rough estimate because it was from the gentleman who actually just repaired cracks. He's very familiar with the tennis courts, and he said he wouldn't even touch it. But by his work that he's done with other companies like asphalt companies, he was able to give me a rough estimate because this actually just came about as Mo knows.
With the Richard A. Center, I know I own a pretty large company myself, but it's a metal roof. And just the top is a flat roof. I
Well,
seen it. I looked at it outside because we walked in it the other day and we seen the leaks.
The roof estimate that I have came through Mr. Deeb. He had a contractor look at it and give us an estimate of what it would
Can you
cost.
send me
And
that
that's what
contract?
it's 2,000.
Email it to me, please.
I don't know the name of him. I can get it to you, but I don't know it offhand.
Okay.
That's what I needed was just the price right now, because obviously we'd go out to bid for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is a metal roof, I don't know. What makes a metal roof leak? It's just some kind of steel, or something.
No, there's some flat roof.
Anyway, I know, we talked about this and I know you had some people in there looking at the, sauna rooms there.
Yes, well, the saunas, yeah, both saunas, the women's is on its way out, the men's is already gone. I'm digging that out of my budget to have those repaired. We actually have to have those completely gutted and a new sauna kit put in each of those. And they were built with not enough electricity going to them, so that's why the one burned up. So we've got to change out upgrade the electricity for it so it doesn't happen again. I'm working with a guy that it's all he does is sell saunas, and we're actually out to bid for that right now. Yeah, that's the way saunas are. Yeah,
You can only get a sauna, I mean,
yeah,
going to be a sauna.
that's the way they are. Sorry.
No,
You know what I'm saying, but.
Yeah.
You said a unit go in there, I thought maybe.
Well, they sell them as kits, basically, and then you have a person that comes in and installs them.
Thank you.
So. All set?
What about your capital outlay? You have an issue with that?
What's that? Are you talking about Richard A. Young?
Yeah.
Basically the two things, that got cut out that, we just talked about were the tennis courts at Swapka Park and the roof. But the roof is more a higher priority than the tennis courts, obviously. We got buckets everywhere. Mainly in the hallway, but the water travels, so I think we went from like one bucket to maybe, I don't know, 10.
What about the kitchen?
The kitchen, I haven't seen any leaks in yet. And we've been watching that because that kitchen's been all redone.
I was in there a couple weeks ago. There's two issues in there. Nice.
Oh, the appliance need to be replaced too. And I did talk to my staff person about the ice machine. Yeah. I think I got your message or somebody else, a message from somebody else that was yours.
You got that in the budget?
I'm gonna dig it out of my budget. Yeah.
You're all right.
So,
Can you turn on your mic, Councilman? Oh, she's calling me, Steve. Never held.
Want me to repeat everything?
Hello, hello,
Bad phone.
hello.
I'm not here.
This is Mike. You're all set?
thank you.
Thank you, Director.
So next is HR, page 15.
What page are we on?
15.
Please.
Okay, hello, stay awake. The last one, we can do it. Okay, so with respect to going line item by line item, let's start with the salaries. And then I would also ask you to take a look at the personnel budget pages because I am making a recommendation for a change in the staffing in the HR department. So I am looking at adding a labor relations position. So I'm going to tell you a little story. So when I came to the city of Dearborn Heights, I didn't know anybody here. And I had just left my job in public education and I was retired. And I think I interviewed with the mayor and with the chief of staff. And by the end of the day, they called me and said, we'd like you to join us. And I said, well, gosh, I just retired. And how about if I start the 1st of November? Hasn't even been a month yet. And they're like, well, our person is leaving and the substitute person we got to come on board didn't ghosted us a couple of days. So can you start sooner? So I came on board on October 21st of
Remember that day.
that particular year. And I talked to Elizabeth Sabota Perry, who I have the most respect for, incredible business acumen that she had, their MBA and her ability to understand financial things, which is, I will tell you, not my strength. And I asked her, well, what about labor relations? Like, where are your contracts? And she said to me, labor relations are really not that big a part of this job. Most of our contracts are for 5 years, and really there's an attorney that bargains them. So it comes up once every 5 years, not a big deal. Your bigger challenge is going to be the civil service process. Okay. So I said, okay. And then we were in the middle of bargaining maybe 3 contracts at the time. I'm not even sure which contracts it was at this point in time. But I will tell you, in the 2 years that I have been here, almost 2.5 years, I feel like I've done nothing but bargain contracts. So we settled a couple of those the first year round that I was here. And it was a very negative experience for me, for the employees.
You said it was a very
negative experience. And we ended up in mediation, with all of them trying to get a settlement. And some of those contracts we were only able to settle for a year. So I thought, well, I've been negotiating contracts for a long time and I think I can do better than that, because it really is about the relationship that you have. It really is about following the contract day in and day out. That helps you build that rapport, helps the union employees feel respected and recognized. And then to go to the table and bargain with them, now there's a relationship there, because bargaining is a give and take. And so how do we achieve that? How do we do that? And so as I thought about leaving this position and how to replace this position going forward, in terms of what our budget is and what a labor relations HR, executive level position would be out in the marketplace, I don't think our budget is there. I'm not sure that you as a council would be comfortable paying that kind of money for that kind of position. So I thought maybe a better approach would be to separate the two roles. And so to have a human resource manager and then to have a labor relations person. So, and in the short run, you could think about a labor relations person as a contracted position because your police contract and your police supervisor contract are up this June. So, we're preparing for bargaining now. And in the patrol contract, they have a caveat in that particular contract that anybody hired after 2011, they don't get retiree health insurance. Their final average compensation doesn't include this, that, or the other thing, a lot of those kinds of changes. And over the course of the evolution of that particular employee group, we now have more than 95% of our employees that have been hired after 2011. And so that's a concern for us. It's a concern for them. So in terms of how do we negotiate a sustainable pension, how do we negotiate retiree health insurance? Because those are still key things that we want to provide to those employees in recognition of their service, but we also have to find a way to do it in a cost-effective way so that it's sustainable for us. So this is not going to be a short bargaining session like it was the last time that I met with them in the fall. And when I met with them in the fall and they brought forward all these contract changes, I said, listen, there's a much longer, deeper conversation. We're struggling at $40,000 for a police officer to attract anybody to our city. Can we deal with the salary issue so that we can try to staff up? And then and just do a 1-year contract. And then when we come back, we can be more prepared and better address the pension issues. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that group. And then as you may recall, when it comes to police supervisors, their salary is predicated on what the patrol officers is. So, a sergeant, and this isn't the exact right percentage, but, a sergeant is like 119% of a patrol officer. A lieutenant is 125%. A captain is right 100 and something more than that. So it's good that they're both up at the same time because we can calculate and forecast those costs, going forward in terms of working with them. But I don't anticipate that it's going to be a 3-session bargaining scenario and we'll be done. I would like to think that, but I'm not sure that's really what's going to happen. And then going forward, in June of 25, then you have 2 more contracts that are up. So your DPW supervisors are up and we have a wage reopener with dispatch. And then by June of 2026, you're going to have TPOAM is going to be up again. That's the tentative deadline that we're looking at for fire. If we're able to settle with fire, they would be through June 30th of 2026. So you'd have those 2 contracts, pretty big, important groups as they all are, coming up at the same time. So looking out for the next 2 or 3 years, this bargaining aspect and labor relations aspect is just going to be a part of our organization. Maybe at some point we'll get to another 5-year agreement with all of our groups, but I don't see that happening in the short run. And so how to best prepare us for that, I looked at dividing my position into those 2 categories: human resource management, because you still need the staffing, you need the training and development, you need the leadership development, you need the policy development for sure. And then the labor relations component, which depending on the budget, you could think of in 2 different ways. You could contract for someone with the current contracts to help us get through the next bargaining session with our police department. Or we could think about bringing an in-house person because it's that relationship, it's that rapport, it's that issues that come up for all of the contracts, grievances that are filed under all of the contracts, and having someone who has some content knowledge, can build a relationship with our union leadership, understand the contracts, honor the contracts, which is really how we honor and respect the union employees. So I'm proposing to you under this budget that we look at a human resource manager position, we look at a labor relations position. The HR specialist position is the benefit administrator and also the human resource information system, HRIS, component of human resource management. And then the confidential secretary. And looking at The HR specialist, and the, HR manager position, forecasted a 5% increase for those positions, similar to other positions across the city. Okay, so that's the salary piece. That's what you see in terms of why is there an increase in that number. That's the combination of adding another position and then adding a hopeful 5% for the HR specialist position and the HR manager position. Okay.
Council Chair.
Right.
So, thank you, Margaret. If we were to contract out for the, labor relations position, like with a Tryon or with in other words, with a company that regularly did that, and that, I've always thought, and we had for years, the mayor's assistant went to the negotiations, sometimes the city attorney did it. A lot of times, as you say, the key is that negotiating the terms. It's not something you need a lawyer for. Do you anticipate that we would have someone in that position full time, or we would probably contract out, or I suppose that's to be determined. Then if we contracted out, who would we get? Like an example, not exactly, but like what type of company to do that?
So I would be looking at contracting with a staffing company that has an expertise in recruiting people that have the skill set that we would be looking for. So what would we be looking for? We would be looking for someone who had served as a chief negotiator. We would be looking for someone who had worked in the public sector, because the laws around the public sector and the private sector when it comes to labor relations are different. But to have that experience, that union experience, resolving grievances, building that rapport, probably looking at a staffing company to identify someone that could be a contract to hire, or you could just contract with. And it could also be someone that you could contract with over multiple years. So as the council looks at the budget as a whole, what our revenues are, what the expenses are, what we've requested across the organization, and you make your final, approval of what the budget is, then based on what those resources are, would then determine what's the most cost-effective way to try to achieve that labor relations component. Okay?
But it would probably be somebody we would contract with as opposed to somebody being in-house, and it would be difficult, I would think, from a practical matter, if they were a city employee. That's another story.
Well, so I don't really think so. I think that in terms of actually being a city employee, being part of the HR department, could really facilitate positive working relationships, because there's such a connection between the training and development components that you're trying to do, how you manage and work with employees, and then how you're managing your labor agreements. Now, attorneys are important, no doubt about it, but they play a specific role. Okay. And that role is not necessarily about employee relations and that working in collaboration that you try to develop.
Negotiating terms and so forth, yeah.
So, but when it comes to how to frame it, what the contract language should say, how do we protect the city? How do we clarify what we mean? An attorney is important.
Well, I see here that you budgeted for, it was a proposed budget salary, but you never actually submitted it for $75,000.
Correct, because it's for next fiscal year.
Well, no, it's saying that it's being proposed salary full-time, but then for 2024, 2025, but it's not put in to be in there for 2024, 2025.
It's not a recommended
It's not,
budget.
it's only on the recommended budget.
It's on the requested.
On the proposed salary full-time, and it's saying it's not added in here.
The proposed salary is the requested.
It's not recommended.
Correct.
Correct. Yes.
And requested, but it's not in the recommended, so you're not getting it.
Not yet.
Well, so you hit me with this whole spiel. I'm looking at it, I'm like, am I seeing something different here? And I'm adding the numbers up.
So basically you requested it, but the administration did not put it in the recommended. It is.
Okay.
Now, what I would like to say to your well-put speech, and I agree with you, the separation of the administration and maybe the HR department, because, ultimately, I think what the chatter is HR, which is supposed to play the grounding of
as being equal, being a safe space, and I'm not saying that it's not, but the chatter is that the culture change that has happened. I know this is a conversation me and Mariana have had, the culture shift that has happened. Everybody's kind of just like, who can I talk to? Who can I trust? Who can I not? You're stating potentially this labor person can be the mediator through the city on behalf of what we can and what we can't do to help mitigate things moving forward, and potentially seeing a 5-year contract rather than a 1-year contract that you have to do because we have to go back and see if we can give them retiree, pension or health insurance. It's something that, ultimately, if we can afford it, we'd like to offer it. My only thing is, and we are not the richest city in the world. And I'm like, we don't have Henry Ford. We don't have big hotels or big dealerships. We're a very small bedroom community with a very tight, budget. And seeing that we're already over our budget, seeing that we've already increased it on things that, like, how do we cut $55,000 from the treasurer's office? How do we figure out to tell the clerk's office we can't afford to give you the additional 40,000? Those are very, very hard decisions. How do we tell Councilman Wenzel, we can't afford to give you 3 new ordinance officers, which we haven't even gotten to ordinance yet. How do you tell Mobeidun, we can't hire 3 companies to trim down trees and maybe have more money for salt to give better services to the residents? So, these are very hard decisions, and we want to have that mediator between, and I'm just speaking for myself. I would love to see 10 people in that department, so that it can be a safe space for people to go in there and have that discussion and be confidential and feel like they can go in there and whatever to feel protected, because that's really what the HR department is supposed to fulfill, aside from doing all the amount of legwork that you took on in the last 2 years. And we thank you for that, and it doesn't go unrecognized. But sometimes you have to make very strong decisions, and it may be insinuated that these decisions are being made based because, certain things are being favored versus not, where it could be potentially a mistake, like the clerk's office. But sometimes our mind plays with us and makes us believe that this is, a hate, or this person doesn't like me, or this is this administration friend, or they're anti-council or anti-police or and I'm not saying that you are, by the way, for full disclosure. I know you're not. You're an educator. You're coming back, trying to get back to this community. But just such a tough decision, kind of like Councilman Constant said, where if we give somebody from the HR department who's going to be hired inside, who's going to get through HR.
You do have some really difficult decisions. We have some awesome, I will tell you, at the front end of this budget, I was sharing with Councilman Breyer during the break, we had a request for 22 more positions. 22 more positions. And we can't afford 22 more full-time positions. Okay, so can we afford 2? Can we afford 3? Can we afford 4? Okay, if we can afford 4, what 4 out of those? We understand. We know that we're creating a dilemma here for you. And so we're not trying to, but everyone's trying to do a good job. Everyone's trying to meet the expectations of our community, not just you, but also our residents, and to have a pride of craftsmanship and feel like you're doing a good job, and that you're meeting the needs of the residents and the people that you're working with.
Thank you for saying that. Councilman Wenzel.
How does this labor relations person, how would they differ from the labor relations lawyer that we hire to negotiate contracts?
So actually, I'm just
and would we still need the lawyer?
Yes, and so you need the lawyer in terms of some of the legalities involved in contract language and really some of those components associated with employment law. The labor relations person is your employee relations person. So this is the person who's building the rapport, implementing the contract, following the contract, and understanding where the union employees are coming from. And how do we try to meet that need? How do we try to solve that problem? What problem are we trying to solve? And so for an attorney, I always say, in all the years I've been negotiating, attorneys have an important role. They do. But when all is said and done, they go away. And who's left here living in the organization? Okay. So it's your HR person and your employees. And we're the ones who have to keep the organization going. The attorney serves an important role, but the attorney doesn't live here. And so when you think about a labor relations position, an employee relations position, that's how you think of it, because it's really about that ongoing rapport. And as problems and issues come up, okay, then I've always kept track of them. Because sometimes there's some problematic contract language and we keep, they keep filing grievances. We keep having trouble whenever this particular scenario comes up. So when that happens multiple times, that's a prime time when you go to the bargaining table. Let's work it out because this language isn't working for either one of us if you have to keep filing grievances about it. On the other hand, if you have a singleton issue that happens one time, under a special set of circumstances, so you make an exception to the contract, you don't necessarily need to change your whole contract because maybe you had a special isolated incident kind of thing come up. But what you do need to have is a good working relationship with your union leadership so that you can find a workable solution with respect to that. And I'll just say this last thing. Sometimes a supervisor is a jerk, you guys. And sometimes an employee is a jerk. So when you're dealing with these things at the issue, you've got to be able to recognize that. And if an employee is a jerk, they're probably a jerk for the union too. Okay. And if a supervisor is a jerk, they're a jerk for me to deal with also. So how do we find the workable solution? That's relationships. And that's why an internal position would be beneficial to us. But again, we have limited resources. And so maybe a fallback position is that we think about contracting somebody on a shorter term. Then you don't have the pension costs, you don't have the benefit costs, those kinds of things. You also don't get all the benefits, but what you do get is a human resource manager who can do human resource management. Okay. And not have all the time consuming aspect of bargaining, which it's not that it's not valuable time. Okay. People take time. So
Could we,
hang on one second.
could we hire one person that does both? And another?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
And
And to hire one person who in today's marketplace, okay, you're talking about between $130,000 and $150,000.
okay, so how much did we pay this year, our labor attorney? Well over that, right? Way over that.
Yeah, I'd have to pull,
Way over
I'd
that,
have to
right?
pull
So
that
it'd be
number.
beneficial to pay a guy $150,000 or a girl $150,000 to do both jobs.
So, and herein lies the challenge with that. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Is okay. And then what am I paying the comptroller and what am I paying the IT director and okay. So it doesn't feel appropriate to pay a position that
No, that doesn't
much more
But you're paying this guy.
than those other positions.
You're paying this. I don't know. I mean, someone knows how much we paid this labor attorney. Oh, is it over 200,000? Or is it $500,000?
I don't think it's over 200,000. I think it's maybe 130,000.
So we got 130,000 and 75,000. So you're over 200,000 right there. So we'd save money by paying someone 150,000.
Maybe so.
All right, Councilman, guys, let's wrap this up. I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
No, no,
didn't hear
it's
that.
okay.
Was-
Yeah, thank you for the answers. 10:30, we don't want to beg.
Oh my gosh, it is 10:30. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's go.
Hold hold on, Councilman Saab had a quick comment.
So I have a
And then
few,
Councilman Khan.
I have a few
Okay.
comments, sorry. So a few issues here. I feel like the council chair was saying that, it's hard for HR to take, it seems like the morale in the HR department is very down with people coming to it, bluntly saying that certain people, employees in the city do reach out and complain. My biggest thing is that with HR does not work for the administration. The department works for the city. And sometimes when we get certain people reaching out or people talking, there is favoritism in the department. There's no doubt. Second is that, we say, I'm quoting you verbatim, you said, we have to follow the contracts, but do we follow the charter? How many times have we violated the charter as a city or as HR based on the administration or for the administration? And for us to go hire someone or multiple people and hire them through the same hiring process we're doing, it'd just be a waste of money, one. It'd be a waste of a position, two, because that same position we're gonna hire is gonna report right back to the administration, not in the best interest of the city.
Anything else?
Yes. And I'm not against having a department that's fully staffed. that would work in the best interest of our first responders or employees or any contract to make it 5 years or better. But the problem is, like you said, we have grievances, litigation, and everything in between. It just seems every single department we have in the city right now, it's either we're hiring, no offense to Michelle Plant Moran, attorneys in every department, opinions for every email. It's just all over the place. And I believe that adding more positions, yes, it would definitely help and it would reduce problem. But I just think like Council Chair said that if we were to bring somebody for labor relations, they shouldn't go through the same process. The union should be involved in the hiring process. That's it. And again, I have my differences with nothing directly against you, ma'am, but I have my differences, which I believe that some hiring processes that were done in the city, that you had directly affiliation with the hiring of these contracts violated the charter.
Let's refrain from talking like this right now.
But it's
I know.
it's not about any single, I'm not naming.
I know, just for protection and legality reasons.
Yeah, but I'm not mentioning names or any which contracts, but and again, I'm following the director's words. And she said, she opened her statements that we have to follow the contracts, but we also have to follow the charter. And that's where I feel the disconnect and that we should be following the charter, not what the administration just wants. I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilman Constant.
And briefly, I just think of a horror story with the past administration when the person doing the negotiation, the mayor's assistant, there were a lot of problems. The state of Michigan has separate labor negotiators. There's a man, Jim Amar, I think he's retired now, but he's not a lawyer, but he did nothing but public labor negotiations and mediations. There's a gentleman who's a resident at the South End who did nothing but labor negotiations on behalf of the union for the company. And negotiations are different than what you need a lawyer for, like for maybe the drafting of the contract or whatever. And I know the unions like TPOAM, and they have one or two attorneys, but the head of the union negotiates, and then you should have, and then the human resource director can be more of an administrator, taking care of the city day to day, someone the employees can go to. So I think it's a good idea. I just think, and this is the last thing I'll say, it's gotta be an outside company of some sort. It can't be somebody who's an employer. Public safety, negotiating with public safety. Look at the city of Taylor next door. It's very, very, very rough.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes.
Councilman. Can we just go through finish the line items? It seems like there's a lot of, I knew that was gonna be an emotional topic, but I'm glad that you brought it up. It's in everybody's ears. Let's just go through the line items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council Chair. Okay, so then after the salaries, the retirement, these are things outside of our control in terms of what those costs are. So, for part-time, for the hospital insurance, life insurance, general government pension, fringe benefits, right? You've heard all of those things. Okay, so then at supplies, so we're requesting to keep our budgeted amount at the same amount. The ask here, and we recognize again that it may not be granted, but our file cabinets for all of our personnel files are by law supposed to be in fireproof file cabinets. Fireproof file cabinets that lock today run in the neighborhood of $2,500 per cabinet. We have worked diligently to reduce the number of file drawers that we need to house our personnel
So
files.
where do we have them now? Just regular cabinets?
Just in regular cabinets. Okay, that we lock. And when I have a spare moment, maybe we could get a grant from our risk management company because it might fall under, one of those categories in terms of preserving the personnel
How much do
records.
you have allocated for that?
I asked for
100.
10,000. That's why I know it's so big. I mean, it's 2,500 per cabinet. So
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was reading on the wrong line. I was reading,
yeah.
who's member, okay.
Okay, but just wanted to let you know, that's what
I
that's
think
about.
that's, personnel information is extremely important. You're saying they run anywhere between $2,500 a pop. We need.
Probably about four.
Okay.
I mean, I would start with We have lots of files, but that would take care of our
How would
active
you
employees.
determine which files go where?
I would start with the active employees. Okay. And then our dues member, so these two organizations, SHRM is the Society of Human Resource Management. So those are annual membership dues that gives us access to the website, which is a lot of resources for human resource management. And then the MPELRA. Don't you just love how we pronounce acronyms like they're words? So that is the Michigan Public Employee Labor Relations Association. And so again, you're able to connect with other HR people, labor relations people in municipalities and in cities. And that runs some wonderful workshops to keep you up to date with all the changes that are happening in employment law, which we can't seem to not to leave alone. Okay. And then there's two different things. So contracted services. So contracted services, maybe $105,000 of that is our Plant Moran benefit consultants. Okay. And then about another 9,000 is for the ACA, for the Affordable Care Act compliance issues that most HR departments have outsourced to an expert so that we're in compliance with the federal laws associated with that. And then the rest of that contracted services has to do with labor attorney fees and a few other contracted services in terms of providing some testing resources. So under the General Civil Service Group, we create and administer the test. And then the last item here under training, why you're seeing an increase in the training. So this training is now for the City of Dearborn Heights employees training. So this is not just for the HR department. This is for the employees as a whole. And as you may recall, we had negotiated in TPOAM for our clerical staff to follow a certification path. And so for them to be certified in Microsoft Windows is about just under $6,300. For that process to afford that opportunity to 48 employees as a total of our clerical group. Maybe, that's the most it would cost because perhaps not every clerical employee wishes to pursue that. It's a voluntary thing under the contract, but once you do acquire it, then you earn an additional 25 cents. We have other training opportunities that we want to create, but we wanted to start with the Microsoft Office Windows one. And so that's what that cost would be and why you see an increase in that budget line item. And then I think that takes you through the whole HR budget, right?
Thank you so much.
Okay. And we have two more, sorry, because I'm also over the civil service processes.
Is that on here?
But these are shorter budgets.
X78.
It's page 12 and 13. It's really just the civil service and Act 78 commission.
You said you were an educator, right? What did you teach?
No, I said I retired from public education. Actually, I served my whole 20 years as a lead HR person.
Wow.
And I know all kinds of stuff about teacher certification, which I did not when I started. So just to show that I can learn. Okay. Which the first one? Right. Civil service is the first one. Okay. Okay. So for civil service, our commission fees, as you know, we pay a certain amount for each meeting. We also pay for their attendance at interviews. And then fringe benefits is the taxes. And then for professional contract services, wanted to let you know that includes e-skills, and that's the main tool that we use to design the tests that we have to administer according to the civil service process. And then also included in that is an online application program that we purchased called Jazz HR. We were paying $360 a month for that so that we could move our application from paper to online. As we move forward with the new payroll system, Paycom, they have a component of online application, so we will not need Jazz HR going forward. So that's a cost that will go away. And then on occasion, we pay the most of the time that we're posting on Indeed, we post for free. But on occasion, for particular positions that are hard to fill, we'll pay the additional fee. And really what it does is it moves our posting up to the top. of the list for a period of time is really what we're paying for. And then that also includes the company that we use to do our background checks and our physicals and drug screens. So once we make an offer of employment for a civil service position, we then have to do the background check and we have to do the physical, which includes the drug screen. And so those costs get charged to the civil service.
Okay.
Contracted services. And then for Act 78, again, same thing for the commissioners. They have a fee for each meeting and they have a fee for attending interviews. And then the fringe benefits are the taxes, and for the professional contracted services, again, that really goes for things affiliated with some of the background checks and some of those components. For our public safety positions, which Act 78 oversees, so this is your fire and your police, they're required to take a written test, but the city does not pay for that test. And that's through an organization called MCO. And so once they take that test, the score is good for a year. You have to score 70% or better. Those are our rules. And they can designate what cities are able to access that score. So we don't have to incur the cost. That's an employee cost to apply. Okay? And those are the commissioners.
So for the fees for the commissioners on Act 78 commission doubled, is that because we're gonna hire more people? That's why they have to meet more often and they get paid more?
Yeah, so part of it is that we have to, general civil service, we have to have one commissioner attending the interview so that they're overseeing that this is the same process being applied to every applicant. Under Act 78, you have to have two commissioners. And then what used to happen, 10 years before I got here, is that you would have 12 people lined up to interview. So you'd have them here for a day. So $200 for a day to interview, right, 12 people with a break for lunch, like that's a full day for anybody to sit through all of that. Today, because we're trying to be more agile and because there's so much competition for those public safety positions, if we get somebody that has the criteria, we try to schedule them as quickly as we can. So we're doing a lot more one here, one there, you know, it's a lot harder for us to do a full day. Sometimes the most I can get is 3. So it's gone up a little bit because we're interviewing more frequently and not able to corral a group of 10 in on any given day.
So what happened with the Civil Service Commission? Like this year, we budgeted 10,000, we're using 10,000, but it went down to 2,550 for next year.
On which line item?
712 in the Civil Service Commission, just page 12.
Went from 10,000 to 2,550.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's a mistake.
So it was budgeted at 2,500 last year. We can up that to 10 since it looks like the last 2 years it's been historically. Yeah.
I mean, we spent 8528.
But it's projected to be spent 10,000 by the end of this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know in the past, and then even in 22, 23, we spent 9608.
Yeah.
So that should be at 10,000.
We'll change that.
I know.
So the last one is just Tifa on page 55 and 56.
We're not doing
You don't,
Tifa, though.
I was just going to say, you don't have to do
Shouldn't
Tifa.
be a part of the budget. We just followed it from last year. I spoke with
Okay, so that's all taken care of.
Roscoe,
Perfect.
council members, mayor, HR.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Nice evening.
Michelle, thank you.
Of course.
All those who have been on Zoom, entire time, thank you. Have an amazing night.
That's for the records that are in future HR director. I'm sorry, we haven't introduced or we haven't. What's your name? Rebecca, welcome aboard, pleasure.
So, are you
Rebecca, it's not
retired now or you
it's not always
the job?
So I'm here through the end of June.
I know,
So,
but I mean, what are you doing after? Margaret? Retirement or you going for a different job?
well, so I don't have a different job lined